Notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of Auditor General on the financial statement for Kenya's slum upgrading low-cost housing and infrastructure trust fund for the financial year 2017-2018 and to 2021-2022, and the Alcoholic Drink Control Fund for the financial year 2017-2018, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 10th October 2023.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Lamu East, Rueda Obo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 4.3, I wish to make a general statement with regard to the alleged claims of ethnic cleansing in Lamu County. Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 5th October 2023, during a maiden speech in the House, the Women Rep of Lamu County, Honorable Muthoni Marubu MP, made allegation implying that the ongoing incident of insecurity in Lamu County were disguised of ethnic cleansing perpetrated by the indigenous people on the Agikuyu community in the region. I wish to put it on record that the residents of Lamu County, including those from Iraq, Mkokoni sublocation, who comprises persons from various ethnic backgrounds, among them the Agikuyu, have been living together in peace. Honorable Speaker, the security situation in Lamu has been delicate, and it has become an easy target for attacks by criminal gangs and infiltration of Al-Shabaab militants, especially in Boni Forest. As a matter of fact, the insecurity affect all residents unlike irrespective of their ethnicity. Additionally, the names of terror suspects released by the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Interior and National Administration yesterday show that these individuals hail from a cross-section of all tribes and regions. Not just from Lamu, it is therefore regrettable that my colleague made such unfounded claims of ethnic cleansing when the entire Lamu County has been suffering of the external militant and terrorist attacks. Honorable Speaker, as the Member of Parliament of Lamu East constituency and previous Lamu County women representative, I appeal to the colleague and other politician leaders from the region to encourage peace and ethnic harmony as opposed to funding ethnic division. Further, I urge the government to quick investigate into the root cause of the incident of insecurity in Lamu in order to bring perpetrators to the books. I also request the security agencies to step up security surveillance in Lamu in order to stabilize peace in the region. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I sympathize with those affected by the attack and call upon all members of this House to unite in the fight against insecurity in Lamu and other vulnerable parts of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Lamu East. I've been asked by Owen Bayer that he wants to make a comment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support that statement by Honorable Captain Rueda. The issues of Lamu, which are issues of the coast is an area where very many communities have come together to form the coast. And for us to continue to coexist, we need to respect all communities at the same time. Inflammatory remarks against one community and the other will make coast ungovernable. So I would like to ask leaders from coast of whatever tribe to see themselves as coastal leaders and not leaders or an extension of another community to the coast. That is the only way that we can live harmoniously. Whatever is happening in Lamu must be condemned because that is criminal. People killing others is criminal and should not be seen as tribal or one tribe against the other. It is criminal acts, and those criminals must be brought to book. But for us to look at crime as tribal, if a Giriama, there are many Giriamas who live in Lamu, they have been affected by the killings. But I cannot stand as a leader to say that the Bajunis or the Kikuyus or the what are fighting the Giriamas. Those people are criminal elements, and they must be arrested and put into where they are supposed to be, and not to start inflammatory remarks against one community. If we go that way, Lamu will be ungovernable. And when people start digging into history and saying, you know, we came, you guys didn't come, this is our own place, all of us belong to Kenya, and the people of Lamu belong to Lamu, and all of them belong to Lamu. But we cannot, Honorable Speaker, allow inflammatory remarks from leaders that are done in a flagrant way, in such a way that now communities are taking positions against the other. I think leaders in Lamu must come together, sit down as leaders of Lamu, not leaders who are in Lamu by extension of another community or another tribe. That is wrong. The people of Lamu elected the leaders the way they are. One from Bajuni, one from Kikuyu, one from whatever tribe. They put them together and said, work together for the benefit of us as a community of Lamu. If today we start segregating, you know, we are leaders from Lamu, but we come from this region. We are leaders from Lamu, but that is where the problem starts. And that's why people are losing their lives. And the more the leaders start to grandstand, the more people will lose in Lamu. But I want to urge the leadership in Lamu and the leadership in Coast in general, please stop these inflammatory remarks. Let's come together and look at the issue. If it is criminal, it is criminal. I have not seen that this is a tribal issue. I heard that 4 Giriamas were killed there, but I cannot go there and say that they are being killed because of tribal. It is criminal, and it must be condemned as such. It is criminal. And I want to ask leaders from other regions, please don't pour fuel on the already fire that is in Lamu. I have seen comments from other regions of this country saying those are our people. No, those are coastal people. And they are our people, and we love them equally. And nobody should take the position that because they came from a certain region, now that these are their people, and therefore they are beating drums of war from that other area. We are telling them to desist, allow us as coastal leaders to handle the issue of Lamu and ensure that there is peace and prevailing peace in Lamu. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I've been listening keenly.
Don't take as long as you're
No, I will not.
Yes.
I've been listening keenly to both Honorable Baya and Honorable Captain Ruega on the matter of insecurity in Lamu County. And I'm sure I also listened keenly to the previous speaker, the leader who was speaking on, here, I think last week or part one, from Lamu. I can't remember her name properly. But Mr. Speaker, my plea is that let all these leaders sober up. The issue of insecurity in Lamu County has got a very long history. I remember vividly the times when there were chaos in Mpeketoni and people lost their lives, very many people. And all these people are Kenyans. So I have to agree with you, Honorable Baya and Honorable Captain, that we cannot put an ethnic tag on crime. Criminals are criminals. And that is why we have got our security agencies being paid by taxpayers' money. It is only in Lamu, Mr. Speaker, that we have had now the KDF being deployed almost permanently to deal with internal security issues. I'm not even sure if this House gave an approval for the KDF to be permanently based in Lamu to deal with petty crimes of people killing one another. Mr. Speaker, the issue of insecurity in Lamu, and indeed this issue of insecurity in any other part of this country, requires that we allow the security agencies to do their work. And they do their work impartially, objectively, and expeditiously. How I wish that the perpetrators of these crimes in Lamu are apprehended as soon as possible and taken to court. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, the other day we were told that a list of the instigators of this violence in Lamu will be published. I was waiting to see what are these names that are being published. Yesterday I saw a list in the media from the DCI. If you look at that list, you get worried, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to say this. We don't want lists of instigators of violence being published. We want to see those people being arrested and taken to court. Why publish names of people and photos? We want them arrested. Let us know what is the problem in Lamu before we venture into Haiti and other foreign places. This is a critical matter, and Kenyans are losing their lives. It doesn't matter whether he's a Kikuyu, a Giriama, as you said, I don't know who else lives in Lamu, a Luo, okay, a Pokomo. Those are Kenyans, and the security agencies must do their work. Thank you.
Zamzam. 2 minutes.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi kama mama Mombasa, kama vile vita vya Lamu vinavyoathiri Lamu na imani pia vinaathiri jamii yetu yote nzima. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ningependa kutoa ushauri kwa viongozi wa Lamu, viongozi wa Pwani. Haya ni masuala ambayo yanashika counties zetu. Tuweze kushikana kama viongozi, tutafute suluhisho kama viongozi wa Pwani. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia mimi nimechanganya kabila tofauti. Babangu ni Mijikenda, mama ni Mbaluya, nimeolewa sijui na Msamia Mzaramu, nimechanganya, lakini haitokuwa sawa ikiwa mimi leo nitaambiwa toka hapa nenda kwenu ama iwe hivi na vile. Haitakuwa sawa. Sote ni wa Kenya na tunafaa kukaa mahali popote. Mheshimiwa Spika, isipokuwa na mimi pia nitambenda kusema Mheshimiwa Spika, historical land injustices zimekuwa sababu ya vita vingi kutokea ndani ya Pwani. Mimi ningeomba wapwani wote watritiwe kwa njia moja. Kama ni masala ya mashamba, wabajuni wakipewa title na wengine wote wapewe title ili iweze kubalance. Manake matatizo yanatokea kuwa mimi nimezaliwa hapa ndo nyumbani, sina cheti, pengine na mwenzangu ambaye pia amezaliwa hapa wa kabila mengine amepata cheti. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa kama serikali inaweza kuchukua Wakenya wote kama hadhi moja na sisi wa Pwani tupewe hati miliki za mashamba yetu, tutaweza kutatua haya matatizo. Lakini kivyovyote vile maisha ya mtu haifai kupotezwa. Sio kubishiwa mlango akiitwa Kamau ama Njoroge akitoka nje anachinjwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naweza kupinga vikali kama mama Mombasa County. Asante.
Bowen. Give Honorable Bowen, and you'll be the last on that.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, last week, I had the Honorable member, the women rep for Lamu, when she was making a maiden speech here. And now, Honorable Speaker, I've had the Honorable Captain Rueda. Mr. Speaker, the problem in Lamu from the two leaders, when I listened to them, the problem in Lamu is in the leadership of Lamu. Mr. Speaker, you cannot have two members of parliament who are seated in this house, the women rep for Lamu, the Honorable member for Lamu, both of them are in this house. They cannot talk to one another, but they address one another through the media and through the floor of this house. And they believe by so doing, they are going to bring peace in Lamu. It is not possible, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my two colleagues, the Honorable Rueda and the Honorable Mudhoni. Mr. Speaker, if they can sit down as members of parliament and the leaders who are elected by the people of Lamu, instead of addressing each other in the media and the floor of this house, Mr. Speaker, or even through WhatsApps, if they can sit down and talk together for the benefit of the people of Lamu. Mr. Speaker, some of us, we come from Rift Valley. The Rift Valley actually is it's a cosmopolitan area, Mr. Speaker, including Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, where you come from. We have all the faces of Kenya. And we have coexisted very well, though we have had small issues here and there. But you will find that the small issues, Mr. Speaker, is actually maybe because of the local population, but the leaders come together and see on how they can make their people coexist. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Leader of Majority, the Honorable Baya, spoke very well. And as Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, we don't have other country. The Kenyans who are in Lamu are our brothers and sisters. Those in northern Kenya, those in Rift Valley, we want to live as one people called the Kenya, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
So I want to ask the Honorable Baya to take up leadership, especially in the coastal region, and make sure to bring together these leaders to make sure that the people of Lamu live in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll give, on special request, I'll give Daud, then Hassan, and close with the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
2 minutes. Hassan, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've asked for a special request because my grandmother was born in Lamu, my father was born in Lamu, and I've got generations who were born in Lamu. And I do not understand the fight between the two members of parliament like what Honorable Bowen has said. Because what I remember from what my father told me about Lamu was the most peaceful place on earth. And that is where most of the people who came from the Indian subcontinent, they passed through Lamu before going anywhere else. And Mr. Speaker, there should be nothing like ethnic cleansing. This is not Rwanda. This is not what has happened in the Eastern Europe. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to get to the bottom of this, and I request the Coast Parliamentary Group to get to the bottom of this and work out with both members of parliament, because what is happening is both members of parliament are inciting the public against each other, Mr. Speaker, and they should not be allowed to incite people. That's what I request, Mr. Speaker, because Lamu is peaceful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Hassan.
Speaker, for the opportunity, and I want to speak on Honorable Rueda Mohammed's motion.
It's not a motion, it's a statement.
A statement, Rueda Mohammed's statement. I come from a multicultural, multi-ethnic neighborhood, and I believe that Kenya is a fragile state in the making, a fragile nation. And we should do whatever is necessary to reconcile our communities, to be part of the solutions that we face every day. And I think it is very dangerous when members of parliament or politicians use this opportunity of pulling apart communities rather than putting them together. And I think the history of Lamu is well known. The historical legacies of that neighborhood is well known. And Honorable Owen Baya has spoken like a true leader, like a visionary leader. And I think it is important for the members of parliament and for the politicians from the coast region to come up together and resolve those problems, because any society would have clashes, would have problems, and the people who are killing innocent people there, as has been said here, are not part of the solution. They are criminals, they are murderers, and they should be dealt with very strongly by our legislations and our law enforcement officials, and they should be isolated. Let's work for our unity. Let's work for peace. Let's work for brotherhood and sisterhood of our nation, and let us make sure that, in fact, elements who want to spoil our peace and unity are eliminated and isolated by all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, let me commend all the members who have spoken to this issue, particularly the member for Lamu East for raising the issue. Honorable Speaker, I could not agree more with the sentiments of most of the members who have spoken, beginning with what the Honorable Member for Kamukunji is saying, that not just Lamu, the entire country, we all live together as one nation. And Honorable Speaker, all our communities are all over the country. You will go to Bungoma, you will find Bajunis who are living in Bungoma and living there peacefully with other people. You will find members of the Somali community in Lamu, just like you will find them in Kikuyu constituency. And even Pokomos and the Giriamas, as Honorable Owen Baya would tell you, Giriamas were known to be inhabitants of the coastal region. but today Giriamas are living even in the north of Kenya. And as leaders, Honorable Speaker, we must always bear in mind that we bear a great responsibility and duty of care to the people that we lead. And that duty of care and responsibility that we bear as leaders must always encourage ourselves to speak in a manner that we always bring our people together. Honorable Speaker, criminals and terrorists are not unaware of the differences that we have as a country along our ethnicities. And therefore, terrorists and criminals, Honorable Speaker, we would want and will endeavor to take advantage of any small difference that we perpetuate as leaders to be able to incite Kenyans against each other. And I would really want to plead, because it is always fashionable, Honorable Speaker, if I stand here to speak to my community and speak to the gallery. And especially if you come from a large community like mine, Honorable Speaker, there is always a temptation to speak to the gallery and what will excite the people, and especially our voters. But we must always bear in mind that we owe a duty of care even to those big communities that we lead. And however small or big a community is in this country, we all have been put in this country by the Almighty God to live peaceably together. And we must desist from using words or issuing statements that may look populist in nature, but may end up inciting communities against each other, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the CS yesterday, the CS in charge of internal security, in fact, released a whole list of terrorists, criminals, who are terrorizing people in Lamu. And security challenges, Honorable Speaker, relating to terrorism are not only in Lamu County. The neighboring counties of Garissa, Wajir, Mandera have suffered the same fate. And we cannot say that there is a particular community being targeted in Lamu, but they are not being targeted in Mandera or in Garissa for that matter. Terrorists, Honorable Speaker, are criminals who must be looked at with the prism of criminal activity, not on the prism of their ethnicity. And not where they come from, Honorable Speaker, not even their religion. Because I have seen, Honorable Speaker, in Lamu and in northern Kenya, many Muslims suffer under the hands of terrorism. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just want to plead for restraint, especially amongst us as a political leadership. Our people, even in Lamu, and I'll say that, Honorable Speaker, because I have relatives. My first cousins are living in Peketoni. And when I speak to them, they speak about criminals and terrorists, not about ethnicities or one ethnic community targeting another ethnic community, Honorable Speaker. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, as leaders, we must be cautious so that we do not fall prey to the machinations of those criminals called terrorists who would want to exploit our ethnic divisions and make it look like there is one ethnic community that is being targeted in this region, another ethnic community will seem like they are being targeted in another region. Tomorrow, Honorable Speaker, we are speaking about one community in Lamu. Tomorrow, if you speak to the member for Likoni, Honorable Mishimboko, she will tell you, for instance, Likoni has a huge population from Luo Nyanza. What will happen tomorrow, Honorable Speaker, if terrorists target the community from Luo Nyanza in Likoni? Are we then going to say that those who originally came from Luo Nyanza are being targeted by the Digos who also live in Likoni? Honorable Speaker, that is why we must look at terrorism as a criminal activity and help government to deal with it as a criminal activity that has nothing to do with our ethnicity, with where we come from, with the religion that we profess, criminals and terrorists are plainly criminals and terrorists. Honorable Speaker, I know you would be tempted, because I saw the other day the member for Mombasa County express solidarity, even at the global front, with whatever is happening in the Middle East, Honorable Speaker. And all these temptations are there, but I would really plead with us, even at the global stage, to call for restraint and call for the peaceful coexistence of people from all races, all religions, so that we live peaceably together, Honorable Speaker. And I would really want to plead with the people of Lamu. I would really want to plead with the people of Lamu, Honorable Speaker, because the CES has already released a list and even offered cash reward. And that tells you the commitment by the Ministry of Interior to deal with this problem in Lamu and in the northern parts of Kenya. Those who may be harboring criminals, those who may have knowledge of where these criminals are hiding, whether it's in the Body Forest or on the frontier districts of our country bordering Somalia, please let us volunteer to avail information to our security agencies to be able to deal with this problem of terrorists and criminality. But in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I plead with all of us, Honorable Speaker, to exercise restraint, especially with our public pronouncements. It is very tempting to say insightful things because they augur well with the majority of the people who probably vote for you. But what augurs with, or what will be very good for the public gallery, tomorrow may be very dangerous even to your own family and to yourself, and therefore we must always exercise restraint as leaders, because, Honorable Speaker, as I say, those who are given more is demanded from them. And because we have been given that honored responsibility of being members of Parliament, being leaders in our country, let us know that God has given us a higher responsibility to exercise restraint with what we say, how we engage even with members of our own communities and those also who are not from our communities. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I would really beg that we allow the Ministry of Interior to deal with criminals as criminals, to deal with terrorists as terrorists, irrespective of who those terrorists are. In fact, Honorable Speaker, 10 years ago, the notion was that every terrorist is a Muslim. Today is not the case, Honorable Speaker. We have seen many Christians being lured into terrorism and becoming actually more vicious. And we have seen it, Honorable Speaker, the people who attacked Dusit. You saw some of them were said to have been harbored in my own county in Kiambu, in Ruaka, in Kiamba constituency. It would never have been imagined that terrorists would be in Ruaka, in Kiambu County. It is a reality that we are living with today, and we must, as leaders, desist from falling into the hands and machinations of the terrorists and criminals who would want to come and divide us along our ethnicities.
Thank you. Honorable members, I want to close this here, and I want to encourage you. When there is a problem, don't look for who to blame, look for a solution. And you carry enormous responsibility as representatives of the people. Whatever you say is never in jest, it is taken seriously. There was a case in the Republic of Uganda where a chief stood at a market, denounced cattle rustlers, and said, "Kill them, I'll answer for it." Wananchi went and arrested 10 people and killed them. So whatever we say is very, very critical. I want to urge you, those of you who can remember the attack in Uganda during the World Cup, and everybody thought these were Muslim Somali terrorists. When the government of Uganda arrested the attackers, one was from the Luya nation, one was from the Luo nation, one was from the Kikuyu nation, one was from the Somali nation, all from Kenya. So let's not profile any communities. Criminals have no color, have got no ethnicity, have no religion. They are pure and simple criminals. And let's support our illustrious Minister for Interior, who has been crisscrossing the country, battling criminal gangs and criminal formations to make our country safe. The lady member of parliament from Lamu, you wanted to say something, but I want to encourage you to keep your cool. We don't have a ping pong between you and your colleague from Lamu East. Many people have spoken to this matter. I looked at the Hansard on what you said, and at an appropriate time, I'll invite you to counsel you on many issues. Honorable members, let's leave it here. The young member of parliament is on a learning curve. That was her maiden speech. If there was any misstep, we forgive her and encourage her to be more careful in future. And I want to encourage the veterans. I told you veterans, try and mentor your young colleagues. And also young colleagues, go to the library and read speeches of great debaters in these houses. They'll be able to help you. Next order.
Order number 8, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, second reading. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members. I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 and for connected purposes. Order number 9.
Before the next order, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery Egerton University Students Association leaders from Matungu constituency in Kakamega. On my behalf and your behalf, honorable members, I welcome to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, the East African Community Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigations. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of the East African Community Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accidents and Incident Investigations, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th August 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the East African Community Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigations. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, the Universities Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Universities Act.
Thank you.
Order number 11.
Hold on, clerk. Honorable members, I want to rearrange the order paper a little. I have been advised by my deputy, the deputy speaker, that the bill at order number 12 was almost concluded, and we need just 1 or 2 members and close the second reading. So instead of opening up was it replied to? So we'll invite, if there are no contributors at order number 12, I want you to call order number 12. We have the mover reply, then we go to order number 11 for the majority leader to move the fresh bill.
Order number 12, the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, second reading.
Was any member on the floor? Who? Bed Simba, is he in the house? There being no further interest, I'll call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the members for having contributed to this bill and the sentiments which were put forward based on the public participation report in terms of amending certain sections where members talked about the difference between pharmacists and pharmaceutical technologists, the issues about drugs, that if both the veterinary drugs and the human medicines being under the pharmacy, under the Kenya Drugs Authority, because drugs basically are molecularly the same, whether for animals or human, and we need to have them controlled. I think those are good amendments that the committee is going to consider during the committee of the whole House. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. Yes.
All the honorable members, I'm satisfied that there's quorum to warrant the question to be put. And I now put the question that the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, be now read the second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to establish the Kenya Drugs Authority to provide for the regulation and management of drugs and chemical substances, to provide for the regulation of medical devices and other health technologies, to give effect to the principles and objects of devolved government in drug safety regulation and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Next order. Go back to order number 11.
Order number 11, the Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2023, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill is a very short bill with just about 5 clauses, some of which are cleanups of the Insurance Act as it is, with the first one on Section 40 of the Insurance Act being amended to delete a proviso in subsection 1 that had created some conflict in the law, because Section 32 of the Act provides for a minimum of 5% of 5 million shillings to be held by insurance companies with the Central Bank of Kenya, while the Section 41 that we are deleting had provided for 3 million shillings, and therefore the bill is proposing to delete that, to just have clarity that you now hold 5 million shillings or at least 5% of the total assets of an insurance company. And that, Honorable Speaker, is to just give assurance to members of the public who are insured by insurance companies that at least there's some money that is being held by those insurance companies as a percentage of their total assets with the Central Bank of Kenya, so that when you invest in an insurance company, in terms of being an insured person or you have invested in an insurance product, investment product, you are certain, just like with the banking sector, that there are deposits that are held by the insurance companies with the Central Bank of Kenya to compensate you should there be a problem with the running of that insurance company. 2, Honorable Speaker, is the insertion of a new Section 67H, which is basically creating penalties And as much as, Honorable Speaker, as the bill reads that any shareholder, director, principal officer or management staff of an insurer who commits certain offenses, either by failing to take all reasonable steps to secure the compliance of a registered or licensed person with the Insurance Act, or fails to take any reasonable steps to secure the accuracy and correctness of any statement or report submitted under the Insurance Act to the Insurance Regulatory Authority, will have committed an offense, amongst many other offenses that are stipulated there, Honorable Speaker, is creating offenses under that subsection to have a person who commits all those offenses that are listed in the bill, Honorable Speaker, and I'm avoiding to read the offenses, to, as a first offender, to a penalty of a fine not exceeding 5 million shillings or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, and for repeat offenders to a fine not exceeding 10 million shillings or imprisonment of a term not exceeding 5 years, and in the case of a company, to a fine not exceeding 30 million shillings. Honorable Speaker, this is to act as a deterrent, especially to insurance companies. And the reason, Honorable Speaker, I read the first bit that says any shareholder, director, principal officer, or management staff of an insurance company or insurer who commits those offenses will be liable to a criminal offense and be surcharged. Honorable Speaker, the reason I was pointing that is because I just had an engagement with the chair of the Finance Committee who considered this bill, that during the third reading we may need to amend that term, any shareholder, to remove a shareholder, because a shareholder may not necessarily be culpable in the running of any company. The insurance companies that are already listed with the Nairobi Stock Exchange, and many Kenyans could be shareholders holding insignificant shareholding in that company, and therefore are not necessarily involved in the day-to-day running and management of the insurance company. Therefore, if the insurance company were to fail on any of the issues that are listed here, either to make correct statements or to take reasonable steps to secure compliance with the Insurance Act, a shareholder who is just holding shares and is not involved in the day-to-day running of the company may be found liable and therefore be imprisoned or fined 5 million shillings, yet they had nothing to do. Therefore, we have agreed with the chair of the committee during the third reading and committee of the whole. That is one of the areas we would be seeking to amend, so that we remove the term any shareholder and leave it to be any director, principal officer, or management staff, because these are the people who are charged with the responsibility of managing the company, and therefore if they fail to comply with the Insurance Act, then they are liable to an offense. If they make false statements or false reports to the Insurance Regulatory Authority, then it should be the management, the principal officer, and management staff of the insurance company will be held liable. Or if they fail without any justification to settle a judgment or any claim under the Insurance Act, then they'll be held liable. Honorable Speaker, it's important for these penalties and deterrent measures to be there in law, because as it stands today, Honorable Speaker, insurers, their management, their staff punish many Kenyans. You pay premiums, you get into an accident or incur a loss, and the insurance company doesn't compensate you, knowing nothing will happen to them under the Act. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, part of the measures that are being put under this new clause 67H is to make sure that if without any lawful justification, an insurer fails to settle a claim or settle a judgment in court, then they will be liable to having committed an offense and be subjected to the penalties and fines that I have stipulated. Honorable Speaker, the other section 70 is just a cleanup, and the same with section 150 on the issue of insurance surveyors, just cleanup of the wordings in the Insurance Act, deleting the word surveyor and substituting with the word insurance surveyors, and the word insurance surveyors are actually professionals under the Insurance Act, defined under the Act. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I said, this is a very short bill, and I would really beg that we all support it. Again, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that the insured or the clientele of our insurance companies are first assured that their money is safe within the insurance companies, whether it is money they're investing in insurance products, investment products, in the money market, Honorable Speaker, or whether it is money they have paid to insurance companies as premiums to secure their assets at a time of loss, that those assets are indeed secured. And Honorable Speaker, to also ensure that the running and management of insurance companies is professional enough, Honorable Speaker, that there is not an insurance manager, principal officer, or any person working with an insurance company who will make false reports to the Insurance Regulatory Authority, because IRA, Honorable Speaker, is charged with that responsibility of regulating our insurance companies and making sure that they are submitting reports that reflect the actual financial status and financial health of the insurance companies, so that when members of the public are insuring with them and paying premiums, they are certain that when they incur losses, those insurance companies will be in the financial status to be able to settle their claims. Honorable Speaker, let me not say much because, as I said, it is only a 5-clause bill, and there is really nothing much to say other than to plead that we support this bill to ensure that our insurance companies are healthy financially, that they are making reports to the insurance regulatory authorities and the Commissioner of Insurance, Honorable Speaker, in time and accurate reports that will ensure that the regulatory agencies and authorities are able to ascertain that all the licensed insurers are financially healthy and capable of insuring the public. Because as leaders and as a speaker, representatives of the people who are insuring with these companies, we owe them a fiduciary duty also, just like the managers and directors of insurance companies owe the public a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that when they put their money in these companies, their money is secure and they will be in a position to compensate them should there be any loss, Honorable Speaker, to the insured. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the chair of the Finance Committee, who has done a very good job together with the Finance Committee in considering this bill in record time and availing a report that they tabled the other week, Honorable Speaker. I commend them, and especially the chair for his continued diligence in considering all bills that come to the House touching on the insurance and finance sector. And I must commend the chair, the Finance Committee, for the good work that they continue to do on behalf of the people of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move and request Honorable Kimani to second.
Thank you. Before Honorable Kimani, one of the lady sergeant at arms could kindly come to my table. May proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Insurance Amendment Bill of 2023 be read a second time. I beg to second that the Insurance Amendment Bill of 2023 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the Insurance Amendment Bill of 2023, National Bill number 18, is sponsored by the leader of the majority party, my senior, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, a distinguished a first time on the 25th of July 2023, and was committed to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning pursuant to Standing Order 127. Honorable Speaker, the bill was submitted by the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury as part of the proposals for the budget of 2023-2024. The objects of the bill, Honorable Speaker, is to enhance accountability within the insurance companies and observance of fiduciary duties, as well as professional responsibility by senior managers of insurance companies by amending the Insurance Act, Cap 487, to provide for offenses and penalties relating to the management of insurance companies. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to ensure that the insurance companies take responsibility in case an insurance company fails. Further, The bill seeks to correct some errors that were there in the bill. Honorable Speaker, the committee received the bill pursuant to Article 118 of the Constitution and Standing Order 127.3, and the committee called for members of the public to submit their memoranda through adverts placed on print media on the 8th of July. Honorable Speaker, we received memoranda from the Association of Kenya Insurance, the Association of Insurance Brokers, PricewaterhouseCoopers, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants Kenya, and the Insurance Regulatory Authority. The committee, Honorable Speaker, held these stakeholder hearings on Wednesday, the 30th of August 2023, in Parliament buildings, where we also received oral submissions. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with the constitutional requirements of public participation, the committee took into consideration the representations received on the bill. We appreciate all the stakeholders that took the time to submit their memoranda to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, which we took time to read and adopt some of them in our report. Honorable Speaker, the Insurance Act was enacted in the 1980s, and since then it has been amended a record 38 times over the years. There is therefore an urgent need to comprehensively review and perhaps reveal the Act to be in tandem with the current industry requirements. But in the meantime, Honorable Speaker, the bill, though a piecemeal one, will go a long way in protecting the insured citizens from shareholders, directors, and principal officers or management staffs of insurance, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are also considering at the same time the Insurance Professionals Bill, and hopefully we'll be able to table that report very soon in this House, Honorable Speaker. And this bill hopes to regulate the way the professionals in the insurance sector carry on business. If you check every profession in this country, whether it is the lawyers, they are regulated by the Law Society of Kenya. If you're a practicing accountant like myself, you have to not just sit for the CPA exams, but you also be in good standing with the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. The doctors have their organization, the engineers have the engineering board, but you find this very, very critical sector of insurance has no regulator in terms of the work of those people who carry on the profession of insurance, Honorable Speaker. And these have led to Kenyans losing billions and billions of shillings through fraudulent and shrewd insurance practitioners, Honorable Speaker. And unfortunately, there is no reprieve to where you, apart from criminal proceedings, there is no reprieve to where these professionals can be reported for professional action to be taken against these people. And if you check, Honorable Speaker, you realize that the people that ran down one insurance company just quickly regroup, go to another one, then run it down. If you check, Honorable Speaker, even on the street you ask, there are people who are professionals, whether you want your car to be written off. You know, there are people who carry on that fraudulent activities, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the feel of the committee and the sector, because this is after extensive deliberation of the sector, there is need to have an insurance professionals bill so that we can regulate the way these professionals carry on their activities. Honorable Speaker, if we have ISPAC that regulates those people that take care of our books of accounts, you know, our audit and accounting, then what about those people that take care of insurance policies, for example, the life insurance policies that we take? The many years of hard work that makes us get a mortgage and buy a home, and then we insure that home hoping that in the event of the insured risk happening, then we'll be able to go back to the situation we were before the accident, what the insurance term we call indemnity. And so if we have these regulations on all this sector, why not the insurance professionals sector, Honorable Speaker? And with those a few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question. No, sorry, I now propose the question, yes, that the Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2023, be read a second time. Honorable members who want to contribute to this debate. Kindly put the intervention button. The Honorable Dr. Makale Mulu, member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support this bill, the Insurance Act Amendment Bill. Honorable Speaker, as the mover and the second have said, it is expected to provide an accountability framework for the insurance companies.
The volume is very low. I can hardly hear Honorable Makali.
Yeah, I'm saying it's supposed to provide an accountability framework for the insurance companies. Honorable Speaker, we all know this sector called the insurance sector is a very complicated sector for the lay person. Why am I saying that, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, you find most of us, we have actually insured our lives, we have insured our properties, some have taken medical insurance, some have taken other different types of insurance. And you realize that when the companies are selling their policies, either through brokers or through whatever agencies they are using, they use very, very attractive language. Language which really convinces you, convincing language, so that you buy that policy. But when it comes to the time of paying out the claims, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans go through hell to access part of this money. And even at times, they never access the money, even where they're supposed to be paid. So when we have this bill, which proposes to amend some sections so that these companies become more accountable to Kenyans, become more accountable to the regulatory authority, it is a bill worth supporting, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have the Insurance Regulatory Authority, which is an authority which really regulates this sector. And so far, they have been doing a good job. There are also other regulatory bodies in the sector. And I think it is important when we have a legal framework, which in a very clear way stipulates what is to be done by which company, when. So, for example, where they are expected to prepare reports and submit to the regulatory authority, it is good when we have that framework which says by what date and what is the format of that report, so that the government can also regulate this important sector. And at the end of the day, that the beneficiaries of this sector, when the time for getting their claims paid comes, that they are paid without unnecessary delay. The other important point, Honorable Speaker, is that this is a sector where you also have very many brokers. And as the Chair of Finance has said, in a situation where you expect professionals to do professional job, and we have very many brokers, there is a likelihood to get people who are not even professionals coming to this sector. And it is important that bill is mentioning the insurance professionals bill. We need to get into this house so that we also stimulate the area of the professionals, so that we have people who are trained on these matters being key players in this sector. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, we'll have a sector which is confused, a sector where Kenyans are paying a lot of money, and a sector where Kenyans are not able to get their benefits, more so through claims, when the time for claims comes. And that's why I want to support this bill, and Honorable Speaker say, really, I want to urge my colleagues also to support so that we get this bill through and we get this sector being accountable to the Kenyans. I support, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity.
The Honorable Member for Tetu, Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi. He's not here. The Honorable David Boni, Member for Kitui Rural.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also to support this amendment on Insurance Bill Act. Madam Speaker, I think we all know that this sector is very important to the economy because there are around 58 insurance companies and brokerage firms which actually employ a substantial number of people. So the sector is very important, and it has a turnover of around 240 billion annually. It contributes around 2.6% of GDP, and is actually one of the major tax revenue contributor in this country. However, the insurance penetration rate in this country still remains very low, at around 3%. Because of challenges which our colleagues have mentioned, and one of the challenges is lack of trust. A lot of people don't even trust insurance companies, because basically when you get, you contribute to a policy, when it comes to the time the policy expires and you are claiming your money back, the insurance companies always bring issues. And at the end of the day, you realize that you may not get your money back. And that's one of the challenges and one of the reasons why a lot of people don't really enroll in insurance, don't get insurance policies. And you realize that most of the policies people take are the ones which are actually compulsory, like car insurances and other insurances. Madam Speaker, there's also a lot of competition. I've actually already mentioned that there are 58 company operators in the whatever. So this competition also makes really is a big challenge to some of the especially the young ones, which cannot really match the big ones. And you realize that most of the insurance, the big ones, really don't actually belong to this country. They are multinationals with a lot of capital base. There's a lot of mismanagement in some of these companies, and in fact, that's why most of them collapses, and most of them cannot be able to pay their the people who have contributed police orders. As mentioned, there's no professional body governing insurance staff or insurance professionals. And last Parliament, there was a bill which was proposing to set up insurance professionals. And I think it's very important, really, we come up with this bill so that at least the way accountants operate, we have a body which can really govern the profession so that we don't lose our monies. I really like the proposed penalties, but as Majority Leader said, the shareholders, I don't know how shareholders will be held responsible for mismanagement of the company. So, and I think that's a very good proposal if that shareholding amendment to this proposed bill can remove the word shareholders. So with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kwanza, Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi. What's your point of order, Honorable Wanjiko Muya?
Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on a point of order regarding this order of business today, which has a motion number 22 on inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in East African Community Region. And my point of order, Honorable Speaker, is that this motion was laid on the House on 5th of July. 3 months down the line, it has been appearing as order number 13, order number 14, order number 15, and I've been staying here in the House waiting to proceed with this report. And I think it is even being overtaken by the events, because even the Cabinet Secretary for Interior has already directed that on 1st of November he will be removing all the roadblocks in the country, and this is the report which has that event. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm requesting your powers if you could ask the House Business Committee or any relevant avenue to fast-track this report.
That's duly noted. I think Honorable Muya, even if you approached the clerk, they would inform the House Business Committee. But do you want it rearranged today, or you want it for a later date? Because the practice is members approach and they explain that the matter has been pending for long. So do you want it reordered for today or next week?
If it is practical for today, it's in order, Madam Speaker.
I think because we just started a debate on this particular one, which is going to take a couple of hours, so maybe we can ensure that it's prioritized in the next order paper next week. Thank you. You may proceed, Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, member for Kwanza.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this this bill, Bill number 18, by the leader, the majority in Parliament. Madam Speaker, each one of us, if you asked, each one of us has had one problem or the other in terms of insurance. I think this particular bill, hopefully, as we pass it, it will be able to clear some of the problems we've had with insurance companies. Madam Speaker, a very simple case is where one has, for example, insured the vehicle or vehicles, and when the vehicle is actually involved or it has a problem, and you do go out and maybe repair the vehicle, what have you, or write it off and want to get a replacement, Madam Speaker, you'll find that there's a problem. The insurance will take you round and round and round until you give up. So, Madam Speaker, I think the insurance authority should come out very clear so they can be able to have rules and regulations to be able to at least be able to have the insurance companies settle some of the claims. To the extent even health insurance, Madam Speaker, you find again we have a problem with even health insurance companies. Most of us, at the other time, I pay so much insurance premium for my health, and you'll find that they are not able to cover some of this. So I think this particular bill, hopefully, will be able to assist us clear some of the problems we've had with insurances. Therefore, it's very timely that the leader of the majority has come up with this particular bill to be able to clean it up so that can be able to have insurance companies running at least, of course, as you know, some of this is just a landing where anybody who wants to make some money, you find crooks actually own the insurance companies. We've had cases where you find you don't know the owners of some of the insurance companies. Some of them operate for 2-3 years and disappear from the market. So this particular bill, hopefully, will be able to assist us clean some of the messes we have had in the past, and more particularly, when you go to have insurance cover, be able to know, yes, you are going to do for the insurance cover, but you should be able to know who are the directors, so can be able to access the directors in case there's a problem. For example, the case in mind is where we had some buildings being crashed and what have you. I can tell you that you will see people running and crying all over the place because although the insurance, they've taken insurance for their buildings and the claim will not be settled. And they will ask you so many questions and some of the demands are not even natural. Some of them are far-fetched. And therefore, I think, to say the least, this particular bill will be able to clear some of the problems that we had in the past, and hopefully the leader of the majority will be able to help us have this insurance coming and passed so that can be able to clear some of the problems. Otherwise, I support this bill, and I hope it goes through so can be able to have proper insurance companies in this country. I support Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dagoretti North, Honourable Beatrice Ilachi. All those members who want to contribute to this debate, press the intervention button so I can differentiate you from the others who are there. I know we have coming up is Honourable Oundo, Honourable Mulanya of Nambale, Honorable Timothy Toroitich and Honorable Charles Ngusia, in that order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise
and
to
Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi of Westlands, I've seen you.
Rise to support. And Madam Speaker, this is one sector that we know that has a lot of challenges. First, in terms of Kenyans understanding this sector. I think 90% or 80% of Kenyans have always feared to engage with insurance because they feel sometimes that when you look at it, you'll never trust those who deal with insurance, those who are selling. They will never understand who is a broker and who are the main insurers. And therefore, Madam Speaker, even as we look at the sector, and I want to appreciate the majority leader in coming in now to create more awareness in terms of how we deal with our insurance sector. Madam Speaker, the other thing is that excessive costs of investigations. Many a times you find you'll go through. We have a case just recently, Madam Speaker. 2 young people had an accident of a boda. And when the case was over, they were awarded, yes, the insurance, but now you find also the lawyers just run away with the monies of their clients. And it has become an issue where that is why Kenyans lack trust in this sector. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is that weak manpower that many of us are trying to see. And so you find many people selling the insurance, yes. But sometimes when you walk into their offices, you also find yourself questioning a lot of questions because it's only the big insurance companies that are doing very well. But you find bodas will rely more on the small companies and the third parties that we normally see, Madam Speaker. And therefore, if there is one sector that we would wish this act to come and now enhance and ensure there's accountability and transparent, is the sector of boda, where many of them are even unable to take that insurance, and therefore they just ride their motorbikes with no insurance, and then when they are found into challenges is when they realize they need, or when they find themselves, and many of them in accidents, is when you find now honorable members being requested by the same boda riders to assist to see whether they can get these insurances. Madam Speaker, the other thing is delays in claims and settlements. This is also a matter that many people in the insurance industry feel sometimes shortchanged. That it takes a long time, and that is why even if the sector would have thrived, Madam Speaker, you'll always find that many people will wonder, if I put money for education, for example, Madam Speaker, you put money for education, you are told 14 years, 15 years, it's when it is maturing so that you start the first principle. And many people now, with this high cost of living, Madam Speaker, I know many of them now have left in terms of savings, and you find now the insurance company will start now again deducting the principal, and you find in the end, the whole insurance that you had paid for 10 years just goes like that. So even as we are looking at this, I'm hoping that we can ensure that going forward, if someone has given in he or her resources to an insurance company, for example, for an education fund of her children, and at one point they reach at a time and they realize they have no resources to continue, there must be a way where that money, Madam Speaker, is saved, and so that you don't lose completely, but you are able to gain something, and the insurance will remain with something small. The other thing we have to look, and which is very serious, is the mortgage. And many Kenyans are going through that mortgage, Madam Speaker. And for now, I can imagine, with the state we are in now, many would go and would wish, if it is a bank where you've taken a loan, it is easier to go and sit and restructure. But sometimes insurance companies don't even allow you to restructure. They won't even listen. So they start piling up the principal, and you find yourself with a lot of penalties and in the end of the day, you just give up. And now that's how many insurance companies have had monies of Kenyans, and they are able to just take, because this Kenyan decides to just leave the insurance and decide now the money will just go, and that's it. So, Madam Speaker, this is one bill that we need to pass. First, to regulate the sector. Secondly, to start now ensuring that we follow what the new constitution, what our 2010 constitution says. Any sector in this country that is getting money from any citizens, there must be a component of public participation, Madam Speaker. That you are able to go out there, create awareness, how you'll be running your institution, let Kenyans understand, especially the insurances that we take, especially in government and all those sectors, especially if there's insurance government is taking, then there must be public participation for citizens to be aware of what will happen if I am unable to pay my insurance in time, what penalties are there, and if anything happens to me, what happens then if I have my insurance and I'm not able, I'm incapacitated to pay. So, Madam Speaker, as I finalize, that financial reporting, which is very critical, must be put in place. And we must see now reports that come out that are very clear. Even in our own insurance here, Madam Speaker, when you look at our health insurance in Bunge, it is important once in a year to just receive a report, how we are doing, how that insurance is doing, so that you don't find yourself now at a point you don't know whether the insurance is suffering the way the industry is also with a lot of constraints. And then you find when people are going for health, there's a lot of back and forth, but they are not telling you that we are facing some constraints, but they now start ensuring the clients are the ones who will carry the burden. So as I finalize, Madam Speaker, I just want to appreciate the majority leader and to say that it is important for us to really look at this sector of transport of border and to ensure our border riders are able to get insurances, because these insurances will assist the clients that they carry, but at the same time safeguard their own lives. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
The Honourable Member for Westlands Constituency, Honourable Timothy Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to speak on this amendment bill. Madam Speaker, many times, especially the public transport sector is the biggest culprit when it comes to insurance matters. When I was a young lawyer, Madam Speaker, there was an insurance company by the name Access Insurance Company, Madam Speaker. And some of these companies, they've come in existence just for speculation, and are not interested in covering people, the businesses of people. But they collect money from these unsuspecting business people, Madam Speaker. So making these senior managers of insurance companies responsible for their professional activities, Madam Speaker, is very critical, and it will bring order in this sector. Madam Speaker, I just want to echo the sentiments that were said by the majority leader, that business is not about speculation. These people come in business, Mr. Speaker, because they want to make a living out of it. They want to grow the economy, Madam Speaker, and manage in jurisdictions outside of this country, Mr. Speaker. Many businesses thrive because of the strength and the strong foundation of insurance companies. Almost every other citizen, Madam Speaker, is insured. And that is the way we should go, Madam Speaker, that we should be covered by insurance companies, insurance cover, so that people even those who seek medical insurance, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, they should always know that they are covered by insurance company. We have had people who have taken medical covers, and then when it comes to even we call for medical checkup, they can't even take responsibility. They deny you access to that facility, and this is something that we must now bring to order so that citizens can enjoy and have confidence when they take insurance covers. And especially in the transport sector, matatus and the border borders, most of them just go around without insurance covers because most insurance companies have refused to cover them. And this is because they imagine that this is a very reckless sector of business, that if they put them in the insurance, Mr. Speaker, it will bring a lot of risks in the business. So it is a good amendment as we bring this to order, Mr. Speaker, that insurance companies, the management of insurance companies will take responsibility for their businesses because they cannot collect money from Kenya, from businesses, and then they let them collapse. So it is good, and also sometimes when that convincing businesses to take insurance, they don't tell them the whole story about insurance. They'll tell you half of it and give you very complicated literature that you cannot even read. So on the ordinary person, but, Mr. Speaker, may not understand the nitty-gritties that are hidden in that insurance cover. Only when you come to lay a claim for compensation, then you'll be told that a particular clause that was there was not. You must observe it. If you don't, then the insurance company will not pay you, or they ask you to pay up some money before they process your compensation. So this is something that we need also. They must take responsibility that when they're somebody is taking insurance cover, must be given a due diligence, understand what he is signing and what the cover that they are taking. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I beg to support this amendment.
The MP for Marakwet West, Troitich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute on this very important and progressive amendment to the Insurance Act. Honorable Speaker, the insurance business in Kenya has not been taken seriously. Many people have opened briefcase companies to run as insurance companies, and many Kenyans have been duped. And I believe that this progressive amendment will be able to settle the matters that have come up in the insurance industry and has affected many Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, in Kenya, especially on matters involving transport, many matters in court have, judgments have been rendered in a courts of law involving road traffic accidents. But, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to compensation of individuals who are involved in traffic accidents, you find that a judgment has been entered by a court of law, but thereafter that particular claim is not paid by an insurance company. Honorable Speaker, this person has been paying premiums to that particular insurance company. So we have what you call paper judgments in our courts of law. We have judgments that cannot be executed by the insurance companies. So, Honorable Speaker, I believe that since this amendment has been brought before the floor of the House, and the amendment has proposed that in the event that an insurance company is not able to settle a certain claim, then a penalty has been set forth for that particular insurer who has not paid a particular individual. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this particular amendment, and I believe that it will go a long way into addressing the issues to do with compensation by insurance companies. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that someone has been injured in a road traffic accident. That particular person approaches an advocate, files a claim before a competent court of law, the court enters a judgment, and then when it comes to the payment of that particular judgment, the execution of that particular judgment, then it is not executable. So, Honorable Speaker, in fact, in my opinion, the penalty that has been placed on the insurer is quite less. In my opinion, the same should be increased. The penalty should be made stiff so that any briefcase company that purports to run an insurance company and does not have enough money to pay to compensate that particular judgment or to compensate that particular individual, then the penalty should be higher than what has been proposed in this particular legislation. Honorable Speaker, I propose even when it comes to the second reading, I'll propose that the minimum penalty that insurer should pay should be not less than 10 million or imprisonment for not less than 10 years, so that nobody will be able to run a previous company because we have a weak regulator in this country. Honorable Speaker, the insurance regulatory authority in this country, in my opinion, is quite weak. It must be strengthened, and I've seen the amendment is not enough to be able to strengthen that particular authority. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this amendment, and I pray that this House passes the same. Thank you.
Yes, the honorable member for Mwingi West, Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this bill. Mr. Speaker, you have caught me by surprise. I was waiting for the Millie's bill, but anyway, let me add a voice to these amendments. Mr. Speaker, we note with concern that all Kenyans across identified needs insurance companies in one way or another to cushion us from risk, different risk, and even to encourage a way of savings and among many other reasons. However, Mr. Speaker, I note with concern that a lot of insurance companies in Kenya have defrauded Kenyans, even shortchanged them when they are putting up their claims during the accidents or many other things that are warranted to be claimed, Mr. Speaker. We also note that some of the insurance companies which have insured us recently, some of them collapsed, including the one recently, Blue Shield Insurance Companies. Mr. Speaker, it is why this afternoon we are bringing up this amendment. And let me thank the finance chair, my friend, Mr. Kimani, for bringing up this amendment, because I believe it is going to cure some of these things we have, challenges we have been facing in insurance sector. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this amendment is going to cure a lot of issues we have been facing in the insurance, especially some of them which have just insured Kenyans and they end up collapsing and Kenyans losing millions of shillings. And we will have also create what we call awareness of the insurance, because I note with concern there's low uptake of insurance, actually low penetration of insurance in this country. And by doing so, we are going to increase the confidence with our Kenyans, and they will end up taking more insurance covers. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Rachel Nyamai, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I would like to thank the Majority Leader and also the committee for the way they have moved this bill, and also the explanation that they have given, which clearly indicates the importance of this bill. Honorable Speaker, I have also taken time to look at the bill, and though it may look very short, it is extremely important because it brings accountability within the insurance sector, and it ensures that there is taking of responsibility within this profession. So I would like from the onset to state that I support this bill. Honorable Speaker, when insurance companies and the brokers that work for them, when they sell these insurance policies to Kenyans, they do it so well. They use very well-trained salesmen and saleswomen, very good-looking men and women, and they are very easy to convince people to buy insurance. The problem comes when a person now gets into trouble. Let's say you have been involved in an accident. Let's say your house catches fire, or someone has passed on and they had life cover. Then you realize that the cover that was bought, the person who may have purchased it may not even know the exact insurance company to go to, because they may have used a broker. And then it becomes very difficult to reach to the broker so that you can reach to the insurance company itself. So I would like to say that I have looked at the most important clause, which is some clauses that have been inserted to ensure that the commissioner can ask for information about a certain insurance company or a brokerage firm later to get into the company itself for responsibility for making payment. That the authority will ensure that reports that are presented are accurate, so that we do not have insurance companies which pretend to be big, making billions in profit. But when you go to the reality of their books, how much they are making, you realize that they may not be making that much. And then this happens when they have many people making claims which may not be honored. Honorable Speaker, also making sure that documents that are presented are clearly justified, and that the shareholders of these companies are held accountable, so that they do not say that it is this brokerage company, but not the insurance itself. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to support this bill and thank the committee for ensuring that Kenyans are protected, because most Kenyans who purchase these policies may not be well educated. Even if someone is well educated, like Honorable Speaker, like yourself or myself, we may not have the language that is used by people in this sector. So this bill, when passed to become law, when these amendments pass, then all of us will be protected in one way or another. Mr. Speaker, also, I would like to say that it might be very important to also talk about cost of insurance, because we have so many young people driving border in this country, some of them who are taking group covers. Some of them may not even understand how to follow up on these group covers, so that they are properly educated or properly trained or told what these group covers are all about, so that they are able to follow up when they fall victim, especially of accidents. Honorable Speaker, health insurance and education covers, they take quite a long time. Some of them, especially education covers. You realize that a person may take a cover for a child who is, for example, in class 1, and then it matures when a child has reached class 8, for example. So many things can happen in between. And then the person who has purchased the cover may just continue paying and paying without having a way of getting feedback on how these institutions are doing. So this bill is going to assist people, especially those who have taken life insurance or education covers for their children, to ensure that they are given proper information and that our people are supported. Honorable Speaker, if we rely on the good stories that we get from insurance covers, insurance companies and brokerage companies, we are likely to be exposed to losses. So this bill, let the Commission, let the authority take charge so that our citizens are covered. Honorable Speaker, the interface between the insurance company and the brokerage company needs also to be very clear, so that our people are taken care. Group covers to be properly explained, so that the individuals in those groups have information on how to deal when a time for need comes. So, Honorable Speaker, with those remarks, I do support this bill, and especially for the new introduction of the amendments that have been brought by the committee to ensure that insurance companies are responsible and that Kenyans do not suffer many losses for institutions that they have spent money for, and people do this so that their families can benefit or that they can be compensated in case of losses. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Eve Obara. Eve Obara.
Thank you very
Member
much.
for Kasipul Kabondo? Or
It's Kabondo Kasipul.
Is it the
Mr.
same old
Speaker.
thing used to be Kasipul Kabondo when I was there in the 7th Parliament?
Yes, Mr.
Or you have
Speaker.
interchanged the names?
Mr. Speaker, it used to be Kasipul Kabondo.
Now it's Kabondo Kasipul.
After the 2010 Constitution, it became Kabondo Kasipul, and there is Kasipul.
Thank you.
So there are two.
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I too stand. Thank you very much for the opportunity to also add my voice to this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. All of us understand what insurance is all about, and when we take it, we expect that it reduces the impact of loss. Mr. Speaker, it also provides monetary reimbursement during crisis. But the reality on the ground for many of us is that there are companies appear to be big and are able to reimburse when we lose. Does not happen in that manner. For the simple reason, Mr. Speaker, that the books are usually doctored. What appears to be their turnover is usually not the case, and that is why many of the Kenyans have lost money when they had crisis in companies, crisis in the insurance, in the insurances for their vehicles, losses when their property got burnt down, and we've seen many of us, I too, have also been a victim of the circumstances. Mr. Speaker, we have the Insurance Regulatory Authority, and if they were to do their work in the manner that they're supposed to, a lot of these things would not be happening. We have the RBA for the pension schemes. Why is it that some companies are not able to pay for their pension schemes? And therefore, I agree with the committee that the amendment to come up with a penalty to be instituted against companies that do not honor their claims should be in place. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I really think that we are over-regulating some of these companies. I believe that if the regulatory authorities are able to do their work, we would not be getting into all these complications and problems and coming up with all manner of regulations. Thank you very much. Once again, I support, but I emphasize that the regulatory authorities must do their work for which they were created. Thank you very much.
Maya. Proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak to this very important bill. I support the amendment because the amendment will ensure that insurance companies take full responsibility in case an insurance company collapses. Mr. Speaker, increasing the amount of money held by CBK will enhance accountability of insurance firms and their ability to honor claims. This bill aims to increase public trust and confidence level from potential clients as their claims are guaranteed, even in instances when insurance firms collapse. Such cases like the collapsed Stallion Insurance Company, Blue Shield Insurance Company, among other companies. This amendment will also ensure the sanity and professionalism of directors and senior management staff in the insurance sector through the proposed stringent penalties for any offenses committed in accordance to this proposal. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to support and thank the Majority Leader for bringing the amendment to the floor of this House. I thank you.
The Honorable Owen Bayer.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving this opportunity to make comments on this Insurance Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, this bill brings accountability into the insurance sector and enhances what is called fiduciary duties. Actually, this bill, Honorable Speaker, brings in penalties for offenses that are created in the insurance industry by directors and it says stakeholders, shareholders. Honorable Speaker, the insurance industry, some of the players in the insurance industry have been rogue. They have been in such a way that they want to take your money, but when it comes to make good for what you insured, they have not been very good people. But they are very good when they want to start this process. But eventually when they get you, the business from you, then they become rogue. But then this bill tries, what this bill tries to do is to lay out the offenses and penalties relating to the management of the insurance companies. Honorable Speaker, this bill also tries to clean up some of the issues that are there. For example, some of the sections, Section 32 of the Act and Section 40 of the Act have some issues, and therefore it will align the issues that are there within these sections. Honorable Speaker, if you have business without regulations, the history of this country has shown that if you have businesses running without regulatory authorities being strict, then a lot of Kenyans get defrauded, a lot of Kenyans lose their money, and a lot of Kenyans actually lose the purpose for which they have entered into that business. And therefore, this bill, Honorable Speaker, when it becomes an act of parliament and assented to by the President, then it will bring accountability, observance of fiduciary duties, and professional responsibilities. That is what this bill is about. It is about bringing accountability, bringing observance of fiduciary duties and professional responsibility in the insurance sector. The insurance sector, Honorable Speaker, is one of those big sectors in this country that controls millions of shillings. But as it controls millions of shillings, the lives of people are attached to it, such that if I insure my car, I've insured my family, I've insured everybody. If an accident happens, I expect that expeditiously resources are made available to put that family into the former position in which they were. That is what insurance is about. Insurance is not about making money, but it's about if I suffer a loss, I should be brought to the level of where I was before. That is what insurance does. But there has been so many brokers. People do not look at it as a profession. They just look at it as a way of making money. And because of that, then governments must come in strongly to bring in penalties and offenses and try to ensure that it is regulated properly. Honorable Speaker, this bill, as it were, heightens what we call accountability and encourages more prudent approach to risk management, financial planning, and strategic decision making. That is what this bill does to bring prudence in risk management. If the insurance sector does not have prudent management of risk, then the insurance sector in this country is dead. If the insurance sector in this country is dead, then it will be very hard for us to do business. You can imagine, Honorable Speaker, I know you're a big businessman, somehow I know. And you have insured your businesses. And something happens to those businesses. But because of lack of prudence in the management of that risk, you suffer a loss both ways. The money that you have used to manage the risk of that business through insurance, and then the business is also gone. So you have a double loss. Your building is gone, and then you can't actually get the money that for many years you put in the insurance. Honorable Speaker, we need to bring prudent management of risk and strategic decision making. A lot of the decisions that are made at the insurance level are not strategic, Because the people who are managing these insurances are not professionals. They just get in because they can make money. But this bill will align professionalism, risk management, prudency in the management of the sector, and therefore it is a necessary piece of legislation which, as members of this House, will need to come through and ensure that we protect the resources of this country. And Honorable Speaker, you know, there was this time when we had this dam that is being built in where Honorable Murkomen comes from, that dam. One of the greatest issues of that was how much insurance was paid for that dam. You know, and when there was a loss or an issue of loss, where did the insurance money go? We have had buildings that have been insured, and after fire brings them down, insurance can't pay. So we lose jobs. We lose jobs for the people who are working there. We lose revenue as government, and we actually lose taxes that business would have brought. So a whole country's economy can be brought down if insurance is not properly regulated. So, Honorable Speaker, and you know, insurance is food for lawyers, like the one who has just passed in front of me. You know, actuarials. You know, many players are brought together to have something called insurance. Now, if you kill insurance business in this country, very many professions will suffer. And I am sure the Honorable Osoro, who is a lawyer, will want this to be passed so that he is protected. Because if insurance is protected, lawyers in this country are safe. If we play around with insurance, a lot of these lawyers will also suffer. So I want to ask the Honorable Osoro and all those members who are lawyers, including the Speaker, to support this bill so that we can protect the insurance industry in this country and protect big business and small business. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to also weigh on the Insurance Amendment Bill of 2023, National Assembly Bill. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the proposed amendment to the Parent Act and Insurance Act, subject to a few reservations that will iron out, will raise as I make my presentation, and that will also deal with them at the Committee of the Whole House. Honorable Speaker, insurance is the cornerstone of a modern economy. Insurance dates back to many years since there was any form of exchange between goods and services between two or more people. Insurance dates back when people ventured out of their homestead, out of their abode, to do business, to travel, and do anything else. Insurance became necessary when people started owning assets that could be destroyed, that could be lost, and could be dated. Insurance, as we know it in this current form, is a form of a risk transfer mechanism, where we only transfer risks whose outcome is unknown. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, insurance is essentially built on the principle of many contributors, fewer claims, and fewer beneficiaries in any given accounting period. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it's always desirable for every single person to have insurance cover, to cover their lives, to cover for medical expenses, to cover for the unknown loss of business, to cover for unknown loss or damage to an asset they own and which they cherish. However, Honorable Speaker, the story about insurance compensation, processing claims in this country is replete with very many sad stories. It's dotted with very many bad endings, and any attempt to continuously amend the Insurance Act in order to address emerging challenges is always welcome. As the chair of the Committee of Finance and National Planning has mentioned, if there is an Insurance Act, the original Insurance Act, that has gone through tremendous amendments every single parliament is this Insurance Act. Because at every single time, new issues arises that requires legislative, policy, and administrative administrative intervention. Honorable Speaker, many people gladly they are persuaded to take insurance covers, but many people dread, many insurance holders, policy holders, dread the day you go to make a claim. That's where all the small prints will be shown to you. That's the day things that you never knew that were intervening factors will be brought to fore. That's why it is important. Any attempt to continuously regulate the industry is always welcome. Any attempts to continuously bring accountability, bring professionalism, and impose sanctions for discretions, either imaginary, intentional, or by an act of whichever nature, are always welcome. Honorable Speaker, Clause 67H, Clause 3 of the bill imposes quite a number, lists offenses of commission that can happen by a director, a principal officer, or management staff, as well as the shareholder. But I also want to join the majority leader that including a shareholder among the people or persons who can commit an offense is an overkill. It's onerous and is extremely dangerous. Because for an incorporated company that's listed in the Nairobi Stock Exchange, the level of involvement of a shareholder is minimal. Even in many organizations, the level of involvement of a shareholder is minimal. And that's why I concur that at the Committee of the Whole House, we must make an amendment to truly remove or omit the shareholder under the proposed new Section 67H. Honorable Speaker, it might also be important to further amend this particular clause to include, there are very many very interesting situations, Honorable Speaker. You believe you have your insurance cover, you believe you have paid your premium, you believe you have met all the conditions of the policy, but at the time of making a claim, that's when they tell you, oh, something happened that invalidated your policy, those delayed remittance of premiums, yet you have already paid the premiums in good time, and that time, that's where the insurance provider declines to honor the insurance cover. Consequently, and as my colleagues have mentioned, because of the unprofessional behavior of many players in the professional and the insurance industry, Kenyans are the least insured. Actually, in most of the cases, Kenyans only take insurance covers that are mandatory. They always say, why bother pay a premium when, even if something happens, we will never be compensated. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, I can assure you, even if we did a census in this country, even the motor vehicles that we have, 90% or 70% are insured the third party. Because many of the motor vehicles owners believe being compensated for even a minor accident that is already included in the policy is a long process that does not warrant any kind of intervention. So, Honorable Speaker, let me support the amendment, but we'll move some basic amendments in the Committee of the Whole House. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
MP for Nambale. MP for Nambale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this particular debate. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have said, insurance is supposed to be a financial safety net to help one from a misfortune that has happened. However, this has changed to be the rule in this country, whereby after receiving premiums, the insurance company now deviates from the core duties they are supposed to do to their insureds, and they now start playing games. And having gone through this amendment in section 67H, I believe that the penalties that are being introduced are going to help protect Kenyans from these most rogue insurance companies. As a practicing advocate in this country, we note that once Kenyan has a misfortune, they go through the court system, they get a judgment. But after the judgment, the insurance company that has participated in the case, they now take off, leave the claim hanging, and completely refuse to pay. In some instances, you find that the insured ends up being proclaimed and auctioned, loses property, yet he had a very he had a good policy that he had fully paid for. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the amendments are going to help us regulate this particular sector. And even you look at the border sector, that one of the members said that majority of them, they don't have insurance. Majority of the borders and even transport operators have. They only take out insurance policy for compliance purposes with the police regulations. Kenyans have stopped knowing the purpose of insurance, that insurance is supposed to come in need at the point of accident. So that's the reason why we feel that the regulator has completely failed to perform their duties. And it's very important that this is the high time that we have this strict penalty, whereby the insurer fails to meet the obligation, then they pay the penalty. As my colleagues have said, we'll propose more amendments at the committee stage, especially on the issue of the penalty. I believe that we should not leave the penalty just at the judgment stage. We must also broaden this to include circumstances whereby the insurer has been informed of an occurrence of an accident, the policy is fully paid for, and they have already investigated, but still they fail to move ahead and compensate the involved parties. So we should not just leave it for parties, first of all, to go to court. Let court be the last resort, because it becomes very expensive and frustrating to Kenyans to go all circle, spend 3-4 years for them to be compensated, when this should have been done within 2-3 months as provided for in the policy cover. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to support the amendment as proposed in the Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable John Mutunga, followed by the Honorable Osoro.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also support the Insurance Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, I do commend the committee for the good work to look into this particular bill, and the mover also to have brought in, the sponsor of the bill, to have brought in these amendments. Honorable Speaker, these amendments, looking at them, bring in accountability to the insurance company, and accountability is key. Honorable Speaker, they also would like, or rather try to bring in observance of the fiduciary responsibility by insurance companies. If there is no accountability, Honorable Speaker, and there is no prudent management of the resources, then the insurance companies will not be trusted, and therefore they will lose business. Besides losing business, Honorable Speaker, insurance companies is a huge business in this country, and many people rely on insurance for survival. Insurance has been used for very, very many ways. One of the ways that insurance is used is basically to support. Even people get contracts today where you are required probably to put in a board, insurance comes in, and in many other respects. So being responsible institutions is key, and improving their credibility is also key. These particular amendments bring in that particular dimension. Amending the Insurance Act, Cap 487, to provide for offenses and penalties in view of the insurance management companies is also important. We realize, Honorable Speaker, that companies or institutions run, or the functionality or efficiency and effectiveness of institutions will basically depend on who is sitting on the seat at that moment. It depends on the driver, and the driver in this particular case is the manager. Careless handling will lead to laxity, and it will lead to collapse of these institutions. Honourable Speaker, if there are no penalties, then we will serve a lot of laxity, and we will serve a lot of carelessness in the handling. If the penalties are not strict, or they are not stringent, or they are not strong, then we have impunity. People and do not get the services that they pay for. So it is very important for these amendments to come in to try and bring in this dimension into that particular Insurance Act. To deliberately bring in the definition of the offenses within this particular bill is key, so that as introduced in section 67H, where we are trying to bring in the offenses relating to the management. We know that management is what management of insurance companies is key. Well, if it is prudent, then we have institutions that can be relied upon. The requisite penalties to the managers for failures thereby is important, because we accost the individuals, therefore, to fashion their delivery in terms of giving credible management. Honourable Speaker, insurance companies that have failed in the business, or that have run out of business, have resulted to huge losses to the Kenyans, undesirable losses. And these losses have affected our people. It is important, therefore, not only to improve on accountability of servants of the fiduciary responsibility, but also it is important to bring in the issue of professionalism within the insurance companies. And this is what these amendments are bringing in. Introducing specifically, Honourable Speaker, the marginal notes to distinguish between the surveyors, the general surveyors and the insurance surveyors is important, because one can argue that these insurance surveyors were not involved and therefore they were not responsible. Honourable Speaker, the bill also strives to bring in better credence to the insurance industry. We need credible insurance companies for various reasons. Under the difficult times we are right now, under the difficult economic times we are, people will rely a lot more on insurance companies. We realize that without credibility, we are not able to have these insurance firms running the way they should. Insurance companies also cover most of the Kenyans who are not necessarily in know of what happens. And Madam Speaker, if you look at the documents of the insurance companies, they have big, medium, and very small fonts. The very small fonts define a lot of serious issues. And most of the people do not actually take time to read these small fonts. So having provisions in the law that will protect our people is key. Also, the levels of education of our people is different. And not all of them are that they will be able to understand everything. I'm looking at a case where we have introduced insurance for crops, we have introduced insurance for livestock, we have also introduced insurance for transport system. Most of the people who are engaged in these sectors do not really know how to interpret things as it were. So it is important for us to curb the likely mischief that may be brought by insurance companies by introducing credibility in what they are supposed to be doing, by introducing the penalties that touch on the individuals who manage this industry, insurance companies, and by ensuring that they are there to fiduciary responsibility. Responsibility for payment of the people at the right time, whenever they request for their payment, responsibility to proactively deal with the issues and finish them off, and responsibility to adhere to the contracts. Honourable Speaker, penalties will give us the answer. Honourable Speaker, with those very few remarks, I do support the amendments. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Osoro, followed by the Honourable Emilio Diambo.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I also want to support this bill by the Honourable Majority Leader. Honourable Speaker, it's important for us, even as we support this, reflect on our encounters, various encounters with different sales agents from the insurance companies. You'll notice, Honourable Speaker, that the history that we've had with the insurance companies has made us develop a bit of some jitters and fear whenever we hear that a sales agent is at your door. Because we believe they'll come and do sweet talk, sit with you, give you projections on millions you'll make in the event of something that you are insuring against or something. And then eventually, when now you are faced with such a calamity, now things will go, the other way. They'll go south. You'll try as much as possible, and not really I'm not really generalizing, but in most instances, you'll find it very hard to recover what you are seeking. And what this bill, Honorable Speaker, seeks, or this amendment seeks, is to set a retribution and some serious punitive measures against such people who take advantage of the statutory requirement, and especially on the motor vehicle insurance, Honorable Speaker. If you listen to the stories by the people who have motor vehicles, especially those people who engage in motor vehicle business, the matatus, even the private vehicle owners, the lorries, the stories you'll hear are very shocking. That during registration and when they are taking premiums, these people are very good. They're very, very good. I do not know what happens. I mean, they are covering you against an accident has happened, then they set their own standards of checking whether it is indeed true, whether the accident took place. They claim, they take you now, they tell you now after, give us 3 months, we do investigations, Honorable Speaker. 3 months goes to 6 months, they go and collect some information, they send so many people with, whom you can't, authenticate as an individual, as a client, and then they eventually give you a report sometimes which is not so pleasing. They tell you that there was contributory negligence, and there is no within their structures, unless you go to other arms of government, or rather you go to court, there is no element of appeal within their structure, because they'll tell you this is what we've decided, and we'll pay you 70% of what you insured, or 50%, or even none. That is what this amendment tries to cure. That even as we talk about setting some very strong punitive measures against those insurance people that do not, or insurance companies that do not want to pay, it's also very important for us to also standardize the format. And the insurance companies need to come up with a format that is so standard, so that we get to know that when we get an accident, this is the channel. How high do we set the standards of checking whether the claim is true or false? I mean, it can't be, in this insurance company is different, the other insurance company is different, there is another insurance company that pays well, there is another insurance company that is slow in settlement. Those are the things that we also need to cure. But again, there are other things that we also need to look at. The insurance, the brokerage companies. In this bill, you'll realize that it's limited, of course, to the directors, and it's limited to those people who are in charge. But we need to think through a way, and I think the Honorable Milu who will speak after me may understand better, that perhaps we need a way to set what I'll call, for lack of a better word, Honorable Speaker, vicarious liability. That there is a principal insurance company, and there is an agent, and there is a brokerage. So that blame is not shifted, because these are two sets of directors. A brokerage company has a director, but that is not the principal insurer. The principal insurer company could be a bigger one, like what we have here in the National Assembly. Then what happens? Who is the director? Which director will take direct fiduciary responsibility, Honorable Speaker? Perhaps this is the discussion that we need to have, so that we get to know how do we set the retribution for the agency and the mother company, so that it doesn't happen that there is a blame game. Or perhaps we also need to go through their memorandum of understanding and see what happens. Because what happens if the agency decides to close down and the mother company folds the claim and decides to down the tools. Those are the things that we also need to check out, because insurance business in this country is very easy to operate, it's very easy to open, but very hard to settle. Very easy. Any person can go and register an insurance company. But on settlement, even on the hospital bills, look at even what happens with us. You know, even people who are on salary like ourselves, and the employer is obligated to pay our insurance companies, premiums. We go to hospitals, and sometimes you are told, wait, we've done an email, we've written an email, we're waiting for confirmation. You know, it's on a Sunday. You did not order, you did not tell your body to get sick on a Sunday. Then they tell you, wait, you know, you have a sick patient there. It takes about 7 hours or so. You lose your patient, you are covered. I mean, this is something that we need to think through, you know, because we've really tried to limit ourselves just within one angle. But even on that, these things are, and then they set a cap on what they can pay. When they tell you you are covered at 10 million on inpatient, then today they decide and say you are deceased, the way you look, we can only possibly cover 500,000, or we can cover 200,000 and you top up the rest. Then you loiter around. So is it right? We need to think through that. What is settlement? Because what this amendment proposes is punishment on such non-committal. But there is also partial commitment. One commits partially. You promise me 10 million if I fall sick. You promise me that you'll take care of my maternity care, but you'll limit me to 150,000. I got a challenge on this maternity matter. It is taking me to about 500,000. You are telling me top up the rest. But I've been paying the entire premium. I mean, and finally, Honorable Speaker, does this limit to only the insurance companies that are private? What also happens to the public ones, like even NHIF, that defines what to pay and what not to pay, and still defines what you are supposed to contribute? Who is supposed to take responsibility? Is it, again, this is something else. Is it an element, again, of vicarious liability, where, again, it stretches back to the AG? Perhaps those are the lines that we need to think through, so that we cover the entire area, and then people will have trust with the insurance, people will do that business, and every person will invest in something. But as it is right now, Honorable Speaker, when you tell me about insurance, you tell me cover your kids with education cover, the only thing I do is that I cover my vehicles and property, because, especially the vehicles, because it's a statutory obligation, and there is a criminal element in it. But all the rest, I mean, you do it with a second thought. With that, Honorable Speaker, I support the amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate that I do support the bill, and I also want to urge that in future, if the House can do what they have done today, which is giving Honorable Soro an opportunity to speak before me, because then he gets inspired by my spirit and he speaks very well. So congratulations, Honorable Soro, you've spoken very well, and spoken to a lot of the issues that Kenyans go through that relate to the insurance industry. And I would want to encourage you, especially with the position at which you're sitting now, that because if you look at this bill, it doesn't cover a lot of the issues that you are speaking to, but it would be nice if you can bring amendments so that those issues are covered, especially on the issue of discriminating against women who are having children, and we are treating childbirth as though it is a worse disease than some of the diseases that are covered. And it's not even a disease. So if you can actually consider doing that amendment, it would be very good. Maternity is a noble thing. It shouldn't be a thing that people criminalize or discriminate. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief because members have spoken a lot to this. But if you see what this amendment seeks to do, is to ensure promptness in payment, is to ensure accountability by those who insure, and also to enhance punitive measures where they evade their responsibility. And Mr. Speaker, what I would actually want to say is that a lot of the amendments that I've seen that are coming before this House are born out of frustration. And they are born out of frustration not because there is a poor legislative framework, but because of an implementation framework. And you actually find that even with the law that is there now, if it was actually properly implemented, then there may not even have been there, any need to bring this amendment. But because we have enhanced a culture of impunity, then people think they can get away with anything. I would want to encourage, and I don't know how we are going to go about this, that we need to ensure that when we pass laws in this country, that they're enforced, because we can also pass this, and then the insurance agencies fail to actually do what we are urging them to do, make the deposits we want them to make and all that. And then we don't even punish them anyway. So I think for us, the greatest thing that we need to do is to make sure that there is punishment over this. I'll just speak very briefly to one of the things that Honorable Osoro has mentioned and leave it at that. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that Honorable Osoro is talking about is whether we can consider the possibility of vicarious liability, especially when we have the agencies. On my part, I think sometimes that also creates a bit of escapism. I think what we need to do is to be very sure that we find the person that we consider responsible, and for me, in that case, it should actually be the mother company, not the agents. And I would also want to say that one of the things that he has raised, which has been very frustrating, and you saw the members clapping as he was, or cheering as he was talking, is the experience that members face when they go to hospital. That sometimes you have to sit for 1 hour, you are waiting for authorization. Mr. Speaker, that is not even a legislative issue. That is an administrative issue. And I was actually saying that sometimes as members of Parliament, we need to lead by example. If we can be frustrated and we are the leaders, how do we expect Kenyans then to be treated? If you are also complaining like Kenyans, how do we expect then Kenyans to be treated? For me, this is an administrative issue. And if you have an insurance agency that is not meeting our standards, this is a competitive area. Get another one. We have had insurance agencies that are excellent in the past. There are some benefits that were even removed in the past. You know, when I came in here in Parliament, if you are sick, you could go out of the country. Now I'm told, I don't know, ex gratia, blah, 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 a lot of Latin and English mixed. That does not help us a lot. So I think PSC should also look into things like that, so that if you have an agency that is not serving the interests of parliamentarians, then we need to deal with it. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say there's a very good AZIMIO spirit. You can see today I'm wearing AZIMIO, and my two sisters sitting over there are very thoroughly AZIMIO. So there's a very nice AZIMIO spirit in the House. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
MP from Bere North, followed by the MP for Sotik. Where is the Honorable Sigei? Francis. Okay, followed by Muhia. In the absence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I support this amendment forwarded by the RUTO majority. Mr. Speaker, these amendments speak to very important concerns of many Kenyans. Because for those who have been in school of business, Mr. Speaker, we realize that they will really tell you insurance can be termed in layman's language as legalized stealing. And many insurance companies have capitalized on the loopholes within the law to ensure they can take many Kenyans who have bought policies, different types of policies, to insure different risks. They can be taken round and round, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, until many people have never benefited to what the policies says. And you realize that they capitalize even on a very, very small discrepancies, even a comma. even a full stop. They tend to take advantage to ensure they don't pay the claims which come to most of these insurance companies. This amendment, Mr. Speaker, will ensure that the insurance companies take responsibilities in case insurance company, to ensure the directors take responsibilities in case the insurance company fails or if the insurance company collapses. And we have seen a number of insurance companies in Kenya which have collapsed in the past. An example of Blue Shield Insurance, Stallion Insurance, and many others, Mr. Speaker. And when they collapse with many, many claims, many policies which have not been paid. And therefore, it is very, money which has been earned in a very difficult way from different economic activities for Kenyans to be able to pay or invest in some of these companies. These amendments, Mr. Speaker, will ensure that there is sanity and professionalism within the sector. Because even the way the management of the insurance sector is done, as it is now, we need to ensure there are more stringent penalties in case of any offense committed. And this is exactly what this amendment is trying to achieve. We need more stringent penalties in case the management of these insurance companies is not done in the most appropriate way and the most prudent way. The fiduciary measures, just as we have seen in the banking sector, which is regulated by the central bank of this country, also we need to see such strict regulations within the insurance industry. Because the difference between insurance industry and banking sector, you realize the difference is minimal, Mr. Speaker, and there is many loopholes for the management of insurance companies to take advantage of. Therefore, this amendment, Mr. Speaker, will increase the public trust in this sector, create confidence, and once the confidence of the public is created, then it means that many Kenyans can be able to invest, can be able to buy policies which can take care of themselves. You realize, Mr. Speaker, that even the agricultural sector, which is key to the economic development of our nation, we need the insurance to ensure whether it is livestock industry, whether it is sugarcane industry, or different agricultural sectors, so that the losses which many farmers have been accruing every season, they may not be able to accrue such kind of losses within the agricultural sector. And for that to happen, Mr. Speaker, we need confidence. We need to ensure the public regains confidence and trust as far as this sector is concerned. By so doing, many farmers or many Kenyans who are within agricultural sector, they will be able to ensure the agricultural activities and minimize the losses which may occur in their activities. With these remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment and urge this House to fully support, and also to probably, when it comes to the committee of the full House, we see how we can make this amendment more stringent, the penalties can be more firm, and also to ensure we increase public trust, we increase public confidence levels for good investment in this sector, and so that we can fight all the rogue insurance companies or managers within this sector, because there are quite a number of them. and many Kenyans have been taken round and round. And I'm sure even in this house, it's not one or two, majority of us must have been taken round and round by insurance companies, me being one of them in the year 2013 when I was involved in a road accident. Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank
you, Honorable Speaker. And on the onset, I support the debate on the House today. Honorable Speaker, all things remaining constant, even when there is statutory insurance requirement, I think the level of confidence on insurance matters is very, very, very low. It means this institution has to build and rebuild itself to gain confidence to the common mwananchi or any other person. Even when we speak ourselves as bunge, several members have spoken before me and indicated how even ourselves we get frustrated when we know that we have been paid for and we have the cover and we have the medical card. You go to the hospital, an email has to be written, an email has to be approved. And Honorable Speaker, sometimes you have even taken your kids who are not feeling well. I want to give a general experience that I have experienced recently. For the last 3 visits in the hospital here in Nairobi, anytime I present my medical card, the card is read, and then I'm informed that I have 0 money. And surprisingly, even the very first visit in the hospital since July, because the calendar year for government starts on 1st of July, I had never gone to the hospital, and the first appearance in the hospital, I was informed I have 0 money. And therefore, I have to call the medical team at Parliament. Then they indicate that we should look at some money they call ex gratia. Honorable Speaker, if there is any commissioner in this house, I would love them to go and discuss with our insurance team who cover the Parliament, because I don't understand what ex gratia means. I believe ex gratia is an amount settled or paid out of favor, not on any legal obligation. But every time I go to the hospital, I'm told your card is exhausted, while indeed I have not gone to the hospital. And when I call Mnet, they say, let them look at ex gratia quorum. So I wonder, why are we spending that ex gratia? Why is my cover not automatically being able to serve me at the counter? That is just an example to show the country that even at our level, we cannot enjoy the insurance benefit in spite of the government or Parliamentary Service Commission having committed so much money. While that is administrative or otherwise, but we are not getting the services that we expect. And so are the Kenyans, so are many Kenyans. Kenyans really get frustrated, as many speakers have spoken ahead of me, and I think we cannot even labor to discuss how much Kenyans experience this kind of frustration. We have seen even matatus, when they get accident, people can even get owed as they try to follow their claims. Year in, year out, finally they get frustrated and they never get compensated. So if there is a way that we can make a policy and make it implementable, that the insurance industry come to today's expected service delivery to mwananchi, this will be the best amendment or the best legislation. With that, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
The Honorable MP for Ranges, followed by the MP Zamzam and Kaguchia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I wish to start by saying that I support this bill. This is a bill, this is a very important bill that is supposed to bring about accountability in the insurance sector. Honorable Speaker, I am sure you've encountered these insurance salespeople. And you will agree with me that they have a very nice language, very sweet language, as they try to, as they try to have you buy their insurance premiums. What they promise is that they will insure your vehicle, is that they will take care of your health insurance needs, is that they will insure your property. But, Honorable Speaker, so many Kenyans have suffered in the hands of these insurance brokers and companies. Sometimes you have your property insured, but the moment you lay claim, especially maybe after theft, after fire, or even after accident, then another story begins, another journey begins. And I am sure this has not happened to me alone, but to several other Kenyans. So, Mr. Speaker, I am in support of every effort to ensure that the insurance sector is well regulated and that the insurance companies are more accountable to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, it is very devastating when Kenyans have got to pay monthly premiums to insurance companies, but the moment they have accidents, they cannot access the funds that they are supposed to be paid by these insurance companies. Mr. Speaker, sometimes actually these insurance companies have to be taken to court. And even after being taken to court, you will find that in most instances, they'll drag their feet and they'll eventually not even pay as per the court orders. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this because this again will ensure that more Kenyans who are not insured, who do not fall into the insurance bracket, get the confidence and the trust so as to secure their investments either in education, in health, or even their other properties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Woman Rep for Mombasa, Zamzam Chimba.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kuunga mswada huu ulioletwa na kiongozi wa wengi ndani ya bunge hili kuhusu masuala ya insurance. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni dhahiri hata kutoka vile wabunge wamezungumza kuwa insurance companies zimekuwa zikiwanyanyasa wa Kenya kwa miaka mingi sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ukienda katika ofisi zao watakukaribisha na lugha tamu, na hawawezi kuzungumza wakakupatia sheria na masharti kwa lugha ambayo waweza kuelewa vizuri. Kama vile Mkenya yule bodaboda, yule mtu wa matatu, yeye anajua tu ni sheria wa kuwa kama sina insurance basi nitashikwa barabarani. Lakini vile itakavomfaidi yeye haelezewi kwa kina. Na ndio unaona wengi hata wakipata accident, Mheshimiwa Spika, wakikimbia kwenye makampuni ya insurance, unapata wanakuwa kuna vuta ni kuvute, mara gari lilikuwa wapi, uligongwa na nyuma, uligongwa na mbele, ulikuwa mlevi, sijui wanaleta masharti mengi ambayo haya masharti hawaelezei mwanzo wakianza kuchukua insurance. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna Wakenya wengi ambao hawaelewi sheria na masharti, na wengi unapata, samahani kama kuna maloya hapa, unaosikia insurance inamwambia nenda ukatafute lawyer. Anatafuta lawyer kumsaidia kwa sababu yeye haelewi na amekuwa akilipa. Pesa zikitoka unapata yeye anapewa kitu kidogo, pesa zingine nyingi ambazo zingemsaidia zinaenda kwa wakili kwa sababu naye wakili amefanya kazi. Lakini sasa ingekuwa kama wanaelezea Wakenya na inakuwa ile direct kuwa wewe, mimi ulikuwa umefanya insurance kwangu na umepata hii tatizo na mimi nimeliona na kusaidia direct, na mgao wako wote ni huu ambao utaweza kukusaidia. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa wakati mmoja hospitali nikiwa mgonjwa, hapa nikiwa bungeni karibu masaa 7 nasubiri sijui clearance ya ile insurance yetu ile ya health. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilitamaushwa sana. Mimi nimepewa dawa naambiwa kuwa napewa zile strips za kuweza kupima damu, sukari, lakini ile mashini naambiwa nikanunue mwenyewe. Sasa nikawa nashindwa, napewa hizi strips bila mashini ya kupima, kwa sababu insurance wamekataa, wanasema hawakavi kitu kama hicho. Nikauliza sasa mimi nikachukua ile strips niweke kwa stove nijipime ama nifanyeje, Mheshimiwa Spika? Kwa hiyo utapata insurance nyingi zimekuwa zinakosa nidhamu, Mheshimiwa Spika, na zimenyanyasa Wakenya miaka mingi sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi nataka nipongeze haya marekebisho ya leo ambayo yameletwa ili waweze kushikwa wakiwa wanaweza kukosea Wakenya. Hizi penalties ambazo wamewekewa, Mheshimiwa Spika, zitafanya wawe na nidhamu katika kuhudumia Wakenya, zitafanya wale managers na wale madirectors wawe na nidhamu katika kazi yao, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi pia napongeza kipengee ambacho kimesema Central Bank iweze kushika mgao zaidi kutoka kwa insurance, ili yule Mkenya ambaye atakuwa amepata matatizo na pengine hii insurance imefilisika ikaanguka, anaweza kupata fidia, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wengi wamepoteza mali zao na insurance ikawa imefungwa, hawakuweza kupata fidia, Mheshimiwa Spika, hawakujua wataenda kuuliza nani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini mimi leo nafurahi sana kama mama Mombasa County kuona kuwa at long last hawa watu ambao wamekuwa kitapeli wa Kenya kwa jina la kuwa insurance, kuna wao wengine wamefanya vizuri, lakini wengi wao, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa hii ni kitega uchumi kwao. Ilikuwa wanajua watakusanya mapeni, wakusanye kwa maskini, wakusanye kwa tajiri, lakini wakati ambapo tatizo linatokea, Mheshimiwa Spika, unapata anaanza kuleta masharti na mambo mengi, analeta ujanja mwingi. Leo hii wako kule nje, mimi nawaambia sheria inatungwa katika bunge la 13, sheria inarekebishwa katika bunge la 13, na Wakenya kule nje watapata services nzuri kutoka katika insurance companies, na ule utapeli uliokuwa unaendelea, Mheshimiwa Spika, leo utakoma na Wakenya watapata huduma ambayo ni huduma bora zaidi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna watu wamepoteza nyumba zao, wamechomekewa na nyumba zao. Mtu akienda insurance anaambiwa ilianza na nini, ilikuwa ni stima, ilikuwa ni nini, paka tufanye uchunguzi, mtu yalala kwa baridi. Huo uchunguzi unachukua hata miaka, mtu anakaa kwa shida, hajapata fidia, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, Wakenya wamehangaika kwa miaka mingi sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nikizungumza nitazungumza paka kesho nikiangalia wale bodaboda, Mheshimiwa Spika. Bodaboda ameenda amekata insurance, amebeba mtu, hakuelezewa wewe hii insurance yako kama hauna helmet hatuwezi kukupa fidia. Kama utakuwa umekuwa mlevi hatuwezi kukupa fidia. Kama yani masharti yote wapewe kwa uhakika na waelekezwe vizuri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini hawa walikuwa wakichukua pesa tu. Wakati ukija wao wanachukua pesa, lakini wakati wa huduma wanaanza kuleta masharti mengi madogo na kuweza kukwepa kulipa fidia kwa Wakenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata hawa ambao wanatupa sisi huduma za hospitali, Mheshimiwa Spika, leo mimi nina furaha kwa sababu tutapata huduma bila kusumbuliwa. Wale Wakenya ambao wako kule chini ambao walichukua insurance katika afya yao, na wao pia watapata huduma bila kusumbuliwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ni dhahiri shairi kuwa miaka nenda miaka rudi, Mheshimiwa Spika, insurance wamekuwa wakiona Wakenya kwa unyonge wao, wakiweza kuwatapeli, wakiweza kuwakosesha haki zao za kimsingi, Mheshimiwa Spika, wakichukua pesa zao, wakifanya biashara zao. Wakati Mkenya anapopata na matatizo anaanza kusukumwa, inakuwa mchezo wa kirba goji kirba, haelewi ashike wapi, haelewi aende kwa nani. Na hata kama sisi ambao ni wasomi tulishindwa, yule Mkenya ambaye pengine hana habari, yeye pesa zake zachukuliwa kila siku, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa ni mtihani mkubwa. Napongeza sana kiongozi wa wengi, napongeza sana Mheshimiwa Ichung'wah kuweza kuleta hii mabadiliko katika sheria ili iweze kumfaidi Mkenya. Wao ndio tunajua watapata faida, lakini wale cha kwao cha halali, na Mkenya naye aweze naye kufaidika kwa mapeni ambayo amewekeza katika insurance, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa vile kuna wengi ambao wataka kuzungumza, mimi nitakomea hapa nikisema napongeza sana marekebisho ya katiba katika mambo yanayohusika na insurance. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana.
The Honorable Keguchia, followed by the MP for Wajir North. Honorable Keguchia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to make a contribution to this bill. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to congratulate the Honorable Majority Leader and the government indeed for having sponsored this amendment to this House to have the issue of insurance industry addressed. Honorable Speaker, it is clear that it's only in the insurance industry where we have not been able to seal some of the gaps that have been sealed by other sectors. Most of you will bear me witness that if you go to other sectors like we have in the circles, probably because of the challenges that we have had in that space, we have now been able to establish the proper professional ethics, and we have ensured that, or rather the government has ensured that people who are in that industry do take responsibility whenever they fail to act in a certain way that helps the public to ensure that their resources are well safeguarded. Honorable Speaker, it is now high time that the insurance industry smells the coffee and realizes that it is not business as usual. There are many people who have been coming together to form the insurance companies with the sole intention of defrauding Kenyans, and their days are now numbered because this amendment is establishing the accountability system, whereby if as a member or a manager, a director, or a principal officer, for one reason or another, you fail to act, or you act in a way that causes loss to Kenyans, then you carry that burden as a person. This is really part of the professional ethics that must be practiced not only in other sectors, but also in this particular sector where we have the insurance industry, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that our insurance industry must be alive to is the issue of being truthful. Because when you find the salespersons who come to sell insurance to the people, more often than not, they put exaggerated data, they lie to people, they give you wrong interest rates that they're going to give on some of the investments that you're likely to do with some of the insurance industries or some of these insurers. And for sure, by the time you discover that you have been duped, it is 10 years that have passed. Same to the issue of health insurance, whereby you have an insurance, but there's the insurance that you take, more often than not, you do not get the benefits that you are promised at the point of taking this insurance. So the issue of truthfulness is very important. Of course, this amendment must also be applied on the reinsurers, because every insurance must also have they must also keep their money with another reinsuring company, so that we can have some kind of a backup. So that should this insurance company not be able to make good some of the claims that have been awarded to the claimants, then we have an insurance company that will come in and ensure that there is fairness for the people who have their claims. Of course, Honorable Speaker, we also have a challenge whenever a claim has been placed, and of course the customer, the client has been awarded some amount of money. Some of the lawyers and advocates who stand in for these customers, they get these finances or these funds and they fail to remit them to the claimants. And this, of course, has been probably a bigger problem in this country than even it is with the insurance companies. So we must go after these advocates, rogue advocates, who run away with the money that belongs to the claimants, to ensure that the person who gets their claims catered for do benefit from that particular fund. And of course, it's not only the advocates who are caught up in this trap. We also have some of the government agencies. We have had situations where permanent secretaries, our principal secretaries and other government officers have failed to make good the judgments that claimants have been given by the courts of law on certain cases of compensation. Honorable Speaker, these are areas that we must also be able to address so that we can bring back the confidence of the common people in the insurance industry, not only in the insurance industry, but in the whole financial sector. And I'm very encouraged that the government is taking very serious steps now to ensure that that confidence is restored, so that people can know that once you have taken an insurance policy, once you have a legitimate expectation on compensation in a certain area where you have invested your money, where you have an expectation, a legitimate expectation, then when your time to benefit comes, you must then get that benefit. And because that confidence is going to ensure that the sector thrives, is going to ensure that the sector grows and gets expanded. And this is very important. And so I really want to stand in support of this amendment and say that we are headed the right direction. And once again, I want to point out that the Honorable Millie Odhiambo did point out that there seems to be a blue spirit in the House. But I think we also need to read the spirit of this kind of amendment and appreciate that there seems to be a Kenya Kwanza spirit in the House of trying to take care of the common mwananchi, trying to bring back confidence in our people in such a way that they're going to have trust in the systems and structures that exist in this country. And so the manifestation of blue is good, but I think the spirit of this kind of amendment really places the common mwananchi at a very high pedestal to benefit and to ensure that they are being placed at a good position whereby they will not be cheated again. So, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, as you appreciate the spirit of blue, please also appreciate the spirit of Kenya Kwanza in addressing the common mwananchi's problems where they have been duped for many years. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable MP for Wajir North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in every sector in this country of our economy, it has become common that there are cartels who manage it, who run it, who complicate issues, lives and livelihoods for Kenyans. The insurance sector is not different from all these other sectors. This is one of the biggest cartels that siphon premiums, the money of the insured, taking away the benefits so intended. Mr. Speaker, the rot in the sector is so high, astronomical, to an extent you will first have to ask yourself, who owns the insurance companies in Kenya? If you look at Upper Hill, all those tall buildings, monumental houses, belong to insurance companies, again registered in different names, entities. They take money and reinvest. It is thievery of its own kind. Mr. Speaker, the insured have only one obligation: to pay premiums. Once they pay premiums, the insurer is duty-bound to make sure that they meet their side of bargain, and all liabilities are unto them. But that doesn't happen really. They do a lot of book lying. Accountability is not an issue. Fiduciary risk is at the highest level, in as much as I commend the work of the Insurance Regulatory Authority, that the Commissioner General has been doing so well, following up these rogue insurance companies. Nevertheless, there has been a lot of political interference and foreign interference in the ownership and and financial management of these companies. Mr. Speaker, it's about implementation. Tougher implementations, following up the regulations, and making sure that they are hold to account. A week ago, I was involved in an accident myself in my own car. And they were calling it is comprehensive plus. Every day they come with catchy words that sell. I used to know comprehensive means comprehensive. But comprehensive is never comprehensive. These days they call it comprehensive plus. I don't know what that means. To the extent that up to now, I'm being taken in circles to make sure that my car is restored when it is comprehensively insured. So this is a business where our money is exported out of the country. If you take a casual look at all the insurance companies, 80% of these companies are owned by foreign individuals or foreign companies. Some of them are not known. So without much ado, it is good to say that ours is to reinforce, re-energize, and make sure that the Insurance Regulatory Authority is well funded, is given the right capacity in terms of human resource. Otherwise, the level of brokers, the number of brokerage, insurers, and reinsurance companies do overwhelm the implementation and the enforcement of Insurance Regulatory Authority. It is a multi-billion sector, but hardly does it make an impact on the lives of those affected, those who have at least toiled to make sure that they pay premium. So mine is to say, do we have so much deficiency in terms of laws? Really not. It is about politics, the political goodwill. I was privileged to be a director of the Insurance Regulatory Authority, Mr. Speaker. And any time when a company, an insurance company, finds itself on the bad side of the law, you will get a call from the high heavens, making sure that the Commissioner General doesn't do his work. That has been the tradition, to be honest. So it is about being open and transparent to allow the Commissioner General to implement the reinforcement, the supervisory and the regulatory authority so far espoused within our laws. Otherwise, scratching the bottom of this scandal, the stench in the insurance company will be hard to achieve or to undo. With those few contributions, I support the amendment. Thank you, sir.
The Honorable Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr.
Followed
Speaker.
by the Honorable Meli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the insurance amendment bill. It always seems like somebody has to cut their nose to prove that they were hurt or they were involved in an accident. In today's scenario, the insurance companies, what they do sometimes is to put ahead cumbersome claim settlement procedures in hope that that person can just give up. If today, maybe say an MP got an accident and a boda boda got an accident, you'll find that an MP is compensated even within 48 hours. But when it comes to the boda boda, there will be these delay tactics where the case is taken to the court and a lot is taken into record that the guy just ends up giving up. Because even if you said that you're waiting for the doctor's report or the judge to finally have a ruling, the judge can never tell how hurt I was when I was involved in an accident. There are some damages that happen that cannot be seen physically, but if the insurance has to pay, let them not have excuses of not paying. Just recently, I had a problem with my eyes. I went to a hospital, and I was told that the eye, whatever they were supposed to to do for me to be treated. They said I have exploited it, and I have never been treated. So they told me my daughter exploited it. So, and then I asked, how much am I insured for? They told me 10 million. So how much did my daughter use? They said 100,000. So how much is the balance? They said 9.9 million. And I said, but I need treatment. They said the Minet insurance has declined because they cannot do that. And then I said, are you praying that I come back with a liver or a neck or another organ that is sick, but not the eye? It doesn't just make sense. It is a little dumb. So also there is a friend who cannot bear a child, but can have a child through a surrogate. The insurance cannot accept a surrogate to get the same treatment the real insured person could have gotten. Meaning they are gender insensitive, because there are ways somebody can still bear a child without them actually carrying through in their womb themselves. And also, the insurance has put it in a manner that there are hidden charges. When the agent comes to the client, there are things they don't say when they are selling the insurance. They say very nice things first, but immediately you sign to it, then there are hidden charges that come along with, which is also not good. We need some transparency, and if anything happens, there should be no delay. If possible, within 24 hours or 48 hours, some compensation to happen quickly, because there are things that are urgent. And if you delay, that person can get into a bigger shock and maybe even lose their lives. Also, there is lack of trust because of how the insurance companies, people have treated people who have tried to be compensated. You can lose a house or lose a car or lose just something of value, but what you get back is not actually defining what indemnity means. If it is compensating you exactly to get back to your feet at the level you are, then there is no way you will be coming to me. I've rushed to you as an insurer so that you can always come handy when I need you. And that means I do not have any money that time. It is you who's holding some money for me. So why ask for me to deposit first something before you now compensate? So I like this amendment. It will help everybody, be it poor or rich. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mary, what is the Honorable Parashina, who has been on our... He's not in, I presume. Oh, you're in. Please, after Honorable Mary, it's your turn. Yeah, immediately after Honorable Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this amendment, and I want to thank the Majority Leader, and by extension, the National Treasury, especially for this wise and very important bill. This bill actually is a bill that stabilizes the whole fiduciary sector, and more specifically, to give confidence to Kenyans, who otherwise, many of them have stopped actually taking insurance cover. The insurance cover within our country, Honorable Speaker, has come very low, to an extent that many Kenyans have opted to even depend on God and on luck on certain issues. The reason is that the sector has actually had a lot of corruption, cartel, and at times it has not had proper regulation and laws to rein in on individuals that has actually fleeced Kenyans. Every other time, Honorable Speaker, you'll realize that when a Kenyan gets an accident and he has been insured, he goes to hospital, he asks for claims. Every other time, he is not or she is not considered for reimbursement, even when it is actually right, when it is proper, and when he has actually insured in the proper manner. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the problems facing the sector, it has actually led to lack of confidence in the sector, and many Kenyans have avoided this. The whole money market is actually stabilized by a strong insurance cover. Without a strong insurance cover, the motor industry, the health industry, the banking sector, the agricultural sector, and all sectors of the economy suffer. This bill is to steady the sector and to make sure that everyone who has invested in any form of cover has the confidence that he or she, or the institution, or the body that has actually taken the cover will actually be compensated in the event of any happenings. Two, every other time, even in the SACCOs, Madam Speaker, SACCOs take cover for whatever risks, even the loans we take, maybe be it in a commercial loan, be it in the farming sector, be it in the SACCOs, all this, there is an insurance risk on every kind of loan taken. But when somebody goes back or to ask the insuring entity or company for compensation or making good of what he had insured, he goes through nightmares. He goes through a lot of asks, a lot of unnecessary questions. And every other time, some of the fraudulent insurance companies, and I want to ask the IRA to really rein on this. Some of them would ask the individual to really give proof that did you actually insure? Then you ask yourself, why were they taking the premiums? Why did you in the first place do the signing and all these other things? So, Madam Speaker, I want to really say that this bill is actually going to steady the sector. Even the penalties put across, especially on the top management of insurance companies, the responsibility has to be with the officer in charge, because he's the one who endorsed, he's the one who has actually accepted that you have taken you have signed, and it is him who has actually agreed that the agent who actually gave you that particular cover is actually penalized in the event of that. So I want to say that this is a very important bill. This is a very important amendment, and I would ask that we support it for the good of the country, for the good of the sector. But I want to ask that the insurance sector needs proper and more deep regulations, especially on policy, especially on the frameworks, and more so even on how the medical area of the insurance is actually administered. You'll realize, Madam Speaker, many members, even the retired members of this House, at times take insurance, and when they want to be attended to in hospitals, they are turned back. And they are actually insured with reputable insurance companies. This is quite wrong, and we need to really rein in on them, have regulations, and I want to thank, we have our competent chair for planning, who is finance and planning, that we really need to bring regulations on the insurance to this House, and the Kenyans need to be told how the sector is running so that we restore confidence and in this particular field. I thank you and I support.
Thank you, Member for Tinderet. The Honorable Parashina Sakimba, Member for Kajiado South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also stand to support the amendment to the bill by the Honorable Chungwa, the Majority Leader. Madam Speaker, the issue to do with insurance is a nightmare to many Kenyans. The Kenyans today, they have a negative confidence towards insurance cover. These the insurance people or the agents, when they are giving you the cover or the premium, they are like angels. They speak very well, they articulate issues and promise heaven. By the time to do a follow-up, in case a problem happens or an incident occurred, you will find out that now when you are trying to follow for a claim, no one talks to the Kenyan people. I have an incident, Madam Speaker, of my constituent by the name Elvis, who was following his claim. And I happened to go to that office, and I tried to assist him. That was in April this year. But up to now, nothing has happened. And the sad story is that when you are trying to, when they send their agents, the people who sell the premium to you, who are called the sales people, they are good. But now when you go to their office and try to follow up, when there's an incident, you find out you are supposed to see the manager, you are supposed to see the director, the GM, but those people, they lock even doors, and Kenyans cannot even access to see them. Madam Speaker, I think insurance is becoming a cartel. It's a system someone creates, and once it's approved by the insurance regulatory authority, and they get the license. Once he has the license, then he decides what to do. It is like a place to make money. I can tell you, Kenyans, today, if you go to coverage, if you are taking a premium to cover for your car, Kenyans today, they choose to have a third party instead of having a comprehensive coverage. And the reason why they are doing that is just because when they are driving their cars in the roads, then they will meet the traffic police. If there's an option that the police are not maybe harassing them or asking them questions, Kenyans could opt to go without having that coverage. The basic motive or the idea behind an insurance in other countries, it is to take you back to your original position before you got lost of your property or a problem to your car. But this country is a story of another day. So this amendment, once it is going to be, we are going to pass as a house, and it gets itself to the right, the people to the team that is supposed to implement. Because I don't understand sometimes, do certain groups interpret the constitutions in a different way? Because if suppose there are things that even the law that is already there, several articles that are there to protect the Kenyan people, they are not using it. And I think also insurance has become a very easy way of making money. And sometimes I think the people who are running insurances also have a very big backup of the government. So we are also begging that once this House passes this bill and the amendments are there, then it's supposed to, we're supposed to see that the issues in that bill are being followed to the letter. And by doing so, we are going to save this country and save the Kenyan people the issues of losses. If at all, I remember my case. Personally, I also lost my car, and I was told to fill a claim form. Then when I filled the claim form, and I started to go and ask where is the money now, then I was told you will be going to be paid in phases. A car of 2.5 million was being paid to me like 400,000, 300,000. And I asked them, when you told us to pay a car of 200,000, and every time that it's almost a month to the expiry, they send an email, they even send a message. They remind me, like it's a crime not to have a cover. But when I'm going to get that money, I had even to use other proxy. I had even to use to look for influence, kickbacks, for you to get your own cover, for you to get your own money. And I'm asking myself, if I told me I went through that, what about a Kenyan person? I want to say that once this bill is passed, Madam Speaker, and now we start to know that this constitution is ours, amendments are ours, both the players, I mean the consumers, as the consumers, and even the suppliers, or the people who are taking care of that issue of insurance. I think, Madam Speaker, I don't know what protects them. Or maybe because they think maybe a case when you take them to court, also they don't have any problem. But I think, Madam Speaker, the lower people in the cadre, more the border, the people using the Ubers, the matatus people, the buses, those people are going so much pain when they come to the insurance cover. I don't understand the reason why when you do the cover at the initial stage and now you are in the offices, they give you another team. They say that we want to send another team to verify. And ask myself, to verify what? The true picture is, once I've taken that cover, can you pay once I get the damage? Because I know no one wants to get an accident. An accident comes as a natural occurrence that we don't have a protection against it. When you go to medical cover, the medical cover, I don't know how they choose. Today, even Kenyans are saying NHIF is better than insurance cover. Because it's the only insurance cover that you have to wait for a reply for several hours. And that person is in ICU or even in a very challenging moment or at a risky point. But he has to go and wait for an approval. We want to say that to the service providers, the insurance themselves, the agencies, to be a little bit serious. There's a time that they used to say there are also other cases of frauds. Maybe the people who pretend to be sick and they are not sick. A collaboration between the medics and the patient, and more the outpatient. But I can tell you, the system they are now operating in, it is covering them. The system that we don't have is how Kenyans people are going to be safe when they have a medical cover. If you talk about medical cover and maybe issue to do with the accident, but what about the agriculture? Because I'm sure if today I take an insurance against my 2 acres of land full of tomatoes and onions, and I've taken cover towards my produce, but if at all they don't even own a car they can see at a garage or at a police station, how do they able to honor a claim that I lost every tomato in my land? And you see, they can take a week or two to come and report.
Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, you have an intervention. What is out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on standing order number 95, that reading the mood of the House, this bill has been debated extensively, Madam Speaker, and it is going to request the mover to reply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Ruku, I realize that you had spoken on this bill, so you don't qualify to invoke standing order number 95. So if that is the intention of the House, then this can be done by someone else, but not the Honorable Ruku. So in that case, I request the Honorable Member for Kajiado, please conclude your... You had 1.5 minutes to go.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I want to say thank you for listening to me and giving me 1.5 minutes. But I wish to donate to other members because of time. I've already made my comments. I want to donate to my lecturer. Honorable James is my dear lecturer. In that respect, kindly allow me to donate to him 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Honorable Kengara, what is out of order? Give the mic to the Honorable Kengara, member for Ruiru.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, it is true that everybody is aligning with what is being presented to do today by Majority Leader, and actually we have heard and we have accepted and accommodated it. So I stand under order number 95, where I wish to call, or I wish that you call the mover to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members may now call upon the mover to reply. You may proceed. Yes. Honorable members, I would like to establish whether that is the mood of the House. And now I put the question whether the mood of the House is I call upon the mover to reply. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would really want to thank the members that have extensively contributed on this debate on matters of insurance. And I think this House has pronounced itself very eloquently on this matter, that the insurance sector needs to put their house in order. We Kenyans want value for their money. We want to be able to take up insurance products, not just because the laws or regulations require us to do so, not just because a police officer will stop you by the roadside and ask for your car insurance, but because it is the right thing to do. The proposal that are contained in this amendment talking about stringent penalties and including imprisonment of those officers who are not going to, who would have been found not to execute due diligence or to mislead or to just steal from Kenyans is very welcome, on this particular matter. We are hoping the provision also, Honorable Speaker, on the bill that when these officers are taken to court, that now a court may rule that that person make good the compensation from their own money to that person who may have lost their money through a claim or through an activity that was done by those officers, Honorable Speaker. It's very welcome, and we're hoping that it's going to bring sanity in the insurance sector. Honorable Speaker, as I said in my moving notes, the insurance amendment bill has been amended a record 38 times, and therefore calling for a need that maybe in future we need to have to repeal the current act and have one comprehensive insurance act that will take care of the issues of emerging technologies and accommodate some of the issues that members have raised here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, which is charged with oversighting the financial sector and including the insurance sector, we are having this continuous engagement with the players in the insurance sector to make sure that the correct thing are actually being done, Honorable Speaker. As I alluded, we are also drafting an insurance professionals bill that will also now regulate not just the sectors, but also the professionals in this particular sector, so that we ensure that these people masquerading as insurance agents, as insurance professionals, only for you to realize their whole office is just a briefcase. Then they get to be kicked out, so that we have professionals that can be put to account, that if they are seen to engage contrary to the code of conduct in their particular institutions, then they can be blacklisted, so that they do not again go to mess up with another company or to mess up with the insurance claims or to property of other Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. Developing countries, Honorable Speaker, have proved that uptake of insurance services takes away the big risk that people would ordinarily have to swallow to accommodate, Honorable Speaker. And maybe a good example, Kenya being a country that is driven largely by agriculture, you find agriculture insurance is one of the products that is least which is least taken by Kenyans. And it's because, myself being an example, most of the farmers that have at one time taken an agricultural policy or agricultural insurance, when it comes now they're seeking compensation because their crop didn't do so well or whatever insured risk actually gets to happen, then they actually don't get good compensation. And most of the time they are treated to what I would say, quote unquote, Kiingereza mingi. And it said the devil is in the details of all those terms and conditions that are attached to when you're signing these particular insurance policies. Honorable members have pronounced themselves that on this particular matter, and because I know the insurance sector is listening, that when these insurance agents are coming to sell insurance to Kenyans, they are dressed amicably in suits and they are very persuasive. They are willing to do everything. They even buy you lunch and with all manner of conviction. But once you sign up to their policies, their customer care after that, when you need your car repaired or when you need compensation for your car or whatever it is, then it becomes a nightmare. And most of the members of parliament here have said that they have issues with whether it is their medical insurance. I think I was talking to the Honorable Lynette Toto, and she was telling me even she got involved in an accident and trying to get compensation on her car. She was told, I think she has to use her own money to repair, and then the insurer will compensate her only for her a few months later. She's still being taken in circles. And if this house has numerous examples of members being taken around circles by these insurance companies when it comes to their claims, then what about an average Kenyan? You can imagine then the nightmare that they have to go through if we ourselves, who I'll say we are in privileged position, maybe there are people that we could even talk to fast track this process, actually experience these challenges, then how about an average Wanjiku? So again, I know the insurance sector is listening, the insurance regulator is listening, the Committee on Finance and National Planning, we are also here to make sure that we oversight this sector and bring sanity so that we have continued uptake of insurance products and services, so that when you think about when we want to have a secure, a healthy population, so that we can spur economic growth, Honorable Speaker, then those issues that members were raising about their medical insurance then needs to be addressed. And with that few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kimani Kuria, member for Molo. Honorable members, as you're aware, we concluded order number 12 this afternoon. So now we will move to order number 13. Next order.
Order number 13, the National Youth Council Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023, second reading.
The Honorable Joshua Kandie. Make sure that the Honorable Joshua Kandie has the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. I beg to move that this House supports the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, the proposed amendment is short and very straightforward. It consists of only 4 clauses, largely seeking to align the Act with Article 260 of the Constitution.
Honorable Joshua, I'd like to ask you to read as per the order paper, and you'll be moving for the second reading. So the National Youth Council Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023 be now read a second time. Please assist the Honorable Member with the order paper.
The order paper is not. Madam Speaker, the National Youth Council Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023 be read at second time. Honorable Speaker, the proposed amendment is short and very straightforward. It consists of only 4 clauses, largely seeking to align the Act with Article 260 of the Constitution. The sections to be amended are 2, 5, and 6 of the National Youth Council, number 10 of 2009. Honorable Speaker, Section 2 and 3A seek to align the parent act to Article 260 of the Constitution in reference to the terms Cabinet Secretary and Principal Secretary. Section 3B seeks to have 9 youth nominated through a competitive process
by the CS responsible for youth affairs. Honorable Speaker, this is to depoliticize the membership of the council. The process begins at the county level, where the Director of Youth nominates youth from the ward level. Madam Speaker, Section 4 amends the Principal Act by deleting the words sublocation and replacing with the word ward in Section 6. This is to align the Act to the Constitution, which provides for the devolved administration. Madam Speaker, the amendment shall be in line with the provisions of the Act that confers upon the Council the power to create branches from the ward to the national level, and such other branches as it may deem necessary or desirable for the promotion of youth empowerment and development. This will align the functions of the Council with the developed administrative structures. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the motion and request that Honorable Ruku seconds.
Honorable
Thank you,
Ruku.
Honorable Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second this amendment. Madam Speaker, we realize that it's very important for our nation to support youth across all our constituencies in the process of gaining or owning their leadership skills. And for this matter, meritocracy is extremely important. For meritocracy to be enhanced or to be ensured at this level, at our grassroots levels, Madam Speaker, we have to ensure we don't burden the youth in terms of financial burden. If we don't ensure that there is a free and fair or competence-based appointment done by the county youth directors, and we leave it as it is at the moment under the Act, then we risk the burden of financial burden for the youth when they are running for these positions. And therefore, the process will be rigged from the word go, Madam Speaker, and this amendment aims at ensuring the process of having these youth in this position is not rigged from the word go. Madam Speaker, this position of these levels of leadership for youth at the grassroots, it is extremely important to ensure they are free of politics, the grassroots politics, Madam Speaker. And therefore, that's why this amendment is ensuring that transparency will be increased or enhanced in the process, at the same time upholding merit, Madam Speaker. I urge this House to look at this amendment with merits, that it is worthy these merits I cited, and that's why, Madam Speaker, I second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ruku. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the National Youth Council Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023 be read a second time. Honorable members, I would like to request that if you intend to speak on this bill, please press the intervention button. Okay. The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo, member for Funyula. The Honorable Francis Igay, is he in the House? Okay, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, member for Suba North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to support this amendment bill. Madam Speaker, in supporting, I think this is a very straightforward bill that doesn't require us to talk too much to. The only thing I was actually listening very keenly to hear or understand actually the mischief that the last amendment was seeking to address. And I have gleaned that what we are actually trying to do, I would say I'm gleaning from a political perspective that we are giving the CS greater powers. I will not be totally opposed to that, especially because I know we have not fully entrenched the issue of public participation, because otherwise it would have been important to empower youth to elect themselves, even though I know it's onerous and it may be difficult, it may be a challenge, but that is how we actually nurture their leadership, so that we give them a chance to also learn how to compete and how to participate in leadership issues. But I know the past processes may have been wrought with the challenges, and therefore, so long as you are talking about an open and competitive process, I have no problem. Otherwise, I do support.
Thank you. The Honorable Kasim Tandaza, member for Matuga.
Asante Madam Speaker kwa kunipatia fursa hii. Kwanza kabisa ni kubaliane na aliyetoa hoja hii na nikisimama kuiunga mkono. Ni kweli kulikuwa na ubaguzi katika hili swala zima la jopo hili la vijana, na ipo haja ya kuona kwamba wanaweza kuteuliwa. Lakini bado kazi itakuwapo wakati wa kuwapatia habari, kwa sababu tunajua kwamba nchi hii iko sehemu mbalimbali. Kuna sehemu zile ambazo mpaka sasa hakujapatikana hali za kwamba unaweza kuwa na network ya kuwapata kwa urahisi. Bado kuna vijana ambao wanaishi sehemu ambazo bado hawana simu ambazo labda zina mtandao, kama pengine ni kuwasiliana nao katika hii mitandao ya kijamii. Kuna sehemu ambazo network haziwezi kushika. Kwa hivyo wakati tukisema kwamba vijana hawa waweze kuteuliwa kutoka kwa ward ambao naunga mkono, itakuwa bado kuna changamoto ya kuona ni vipi vijana wote katika wadi zote zaidi ya 1000 wataweza kupata habari kwa wakati mmoja, na kuweza, ikiwa ni kutoa maombi kupitia kwa hawa madirekta wa vijana katika kila county, wataweza habari hizo kuwafikia kwa wakati wote, nao waweze kupata nafasi hii. Kwa hivyo itafika wakati kwamba mbali na marekebisho haya ambayo ni mazuri, lakini bado kuwe na utaratibu zaidi ya kuona kwamba vijana wote watajumuishwa. Isitokee tu kwamba ni wale ambao labda wanatokea katika sehemu za mijini ndio wataweza kupatikana kwa wingi na kwa hivyo kuchukua nafasi hizi, ama wale ambao labda familia zao zina uwezo, kwa sababu ndio watakuwa wanapata habari hizi, na wengi wale ambao familia zao hazina uwezo, na ile hali wao wenyewe wana vipawa ambao vingeweza kusaidia katika mikutano na maendelezo ya vijana, wakosa habari hizi. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono hoja hii. Asante Madam Speaker.
Nafasi hii nitapatia mbunge Lilian Gogo, mbunge wa Rangwe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity you've given me to add my voice to matters youth. Youth of this country are very important, and anytime we legislate on matters that affect youth, it warms my heart. I therefore rise to support the amendments that have been brought by my senior and my brother. And it is always important that any law that we make in this house or any existing law is aligned with the supreme law of the land, which is our Constitution 2010. So what is basically done is to align this particular law with the constitutional requirements, changing words to be such that words are reflected, which is a noble thing. The only thing that I had issue with was putting a lot of powers on the CS to appoint or to get this youth appointed from their office, probably from a given suggestion from the grassroots. But it is also important that the CS is involved so that we sharpen the skills of youth, Honorable Speaker. But at the same time, there must be somebody who, the work, the activity must be housed in a certain ministry for purposes of coordination. So I support this particular amendment, and I hope our youth get the voice that they deserve in managing their own activities at the council. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Naomi Wako, member for Marsabit.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important amendment by Honorable Joshua, as I also congratulate him for coming up with this amendment. Madam Speaker, the amendment is quite brief, and why I support this is because in subsection 3B, it seeks to have 9 youth nominated through a competitive process by the CS responsible for youth affairs. And that is why I support this, because anything to do with our youth, anything to do with our young people, as we know very well that our young people are the future leaders. Many of them are educated, and they are just seated at homes, and their good certificates have not earned them much. And so I support this, but the only thing I want to propose is 9 compared to our country and compared to different regions and areas is quite minimal. But even in that, I would suggest that we consider different regions and also put into consideration the issue of gender balance, so that, number one, we have the face of Kenya and representatives to come from every part of this, almost every part of this, every region, and again, we have also gender balance in this. Again, as we do this, let us not just handpick people, but let us see those who will add value and we will those whose nomination will benefit the entire nation. By the time 9 people get there, they should be representative of the entire nation and not the regions they come from, so that we build one nation and grow together as a nation. I support and I congratulate Mheshimiwa Joshua.
The Honorable Titus Lote, member for Kacheliba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to congratulate Joshua for having brought up this in matters to deal with our youth. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this amendment, because this amendment is aimed at doing 2 things. The first is to align it with the Constitution, so that we are talking about the wards and not locations and sublocation as it is now. And also we are talking about allowing the youths to control their leadership through elections from those grassroots. Madam Speaker, if you look at the way we look at the youths of this country, we always, and I will avoid that, a lot of members here even do not understand that there is a youth council in this country, because the aim of the youth council was to be able to bring the youths into the leadership. And all the time you've actually said that the leaders of tomorrow are the youth. And tomorrow has never come, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow is a day that we'll always be chasing. And I will wish that as we allow the youth to do their elections from the ward level, the people that do not get the chances to be leaders of tomorrow are actually given the chance to practice leadership at this council. This council has not been able to be given the chance. Madam Speaker, if we are talking about the ward level, I look and compare this with the border, because in this country we've got borders riding everywhere. The border riders elect themselves irrespective of their levels of education, irrespective of their social influence. They elect themselves in respect to the leadership qualities that one has. And I wish that this youth council, as we go to the wards to elect, let us not put a high degree on the levels of education, but a high degree on the leadership quality of a person. Because we know there are many people that go to school because they got the capacity, but there are those that do not go to school, but they got leadership quality. So I wish that the proposer also includes a little bit of, when we are going to the wards, do we just look at the levels of education? or we also look at the quality of leadership. So if you have to nurture the leaders, we have to look at the quality. And I say this in respect to constituencies that do not have a lot of people that have gone to school. Kachaliba constituency, where I come from, I've got a lot of leaders that do not or have not gone to school, but they can be very good leaders. And so I wish that they are also given a chance, so that this thing called the Youth Council is not just an elitist kind of leadership of the youth. The second and the last one for me is to allow that the cabinet secretary is supposed to appoint 9 of the members through a competitive process. This competitive process in this country is always very subjective, Madam Speaker. I'll say this. We've seen people that are coming that are well connected to have been seen most of the times to be the most competitive. And yet those could not be the leaders that we want. Where in this competitive process are we placing a tag on the women? Most of the appointments, and the Constitution is still very clear, that 2/3 of one gender cannot, more than 2/3 of one gender cannot be allowed to be in leadership. I have not seen this coming out, and I think that needs to be looked at, so that as we look at the competitive process, we also put a tag in. We want through this competitive process to get the other gender also being represented as per the Constitution, and also the regions, Madam Speaker. We know even as it is now, the people that are living in the cities, the people that are well connected are the ones that get these positions. The people from my constituency will not get this position if we still use the subjective competitive process. We need it to come down to a level where we allow a child from Kacheliba to be also a leader here, Madam Speaker. And so the proposer, I allowed you on this, I support this, but I want us to look at how we can be able to bring those that might not be able to be competitive by the term into the leadership. Thank you. I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo, member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My apology, I had stepped out when you called me to contribute. I must laud my friend, Honorable Kandie, for having brought this amendment to the floor of the House for us to ventilate and make a decision on the way forward. It has always been my pleasure to see a colleague process the bill to this level, because it's never easy. The process is long, rigorous, and can be discouraging. Honorable Speaker, the role of the youths in this country cannot be gainsaid or cannot be overemphasized. The youths literally light up our lives. The youths are the leaders of today. We stopped calling them the youths of tomorrow, leaders of tomorrow. That's why it was the wisdom of the then Parliament, as it was, to have come up with the National Youth Council Act to give youths a forum to ventilate and participate in national, political, social, and economic sphere. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, you see a number of young people in this Parliament, and you see some youthful old men in this Parliament doing their bid and their bit inside here. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, we haven't had a National Youth Council since the term of the National Youth Council expired in 2019, and it was due to be held in 2020, but it couldn't be held because of Corona, and also at the same time, there was no regulations were not in place. Then they came much later. I appreciate the efforts by my colleague to change the composition of the Youth Council under Clause 5 of the Parent Act, from 8 youths elected by youth in such a manner as may be prescribed and appointed by the minister, to 9 youths nominated through a competitive process by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for youth affairs. There is a trap laid there, Honorable Speaker. There is the danger of robbing the youths the democratic right of electing the people of their choice. However competitive the process is, it's very unlikely that the youth from Lamu at the tip of Mandera, youth from Moyale at the tip in Marsabit County, youths from Karungu on the tip towards Tanzania, youth from Oltoktok, will be considered for appointment. Chances are, Honorable Speaker, they'll end up being the most valuable noisemakers in all over the social forums and through our political networks who will end up getting these positions. I will talk to my colleague on sideways before we go to the committee of the whole house, so that instead of going nominated through a competitive process by the cabinet secretary responsible for youth affairs, probably we cluster this country into sections, into zones, so that the youths elect their own representatives who will come to sit in the council, so that the voice of the youths shall be heard squarely. Because, Honorable Speaker, he has changed G, but he has left H intact. And the same manner, nominated by the National Youth Congress. So essentially, Honorable Speaker, we still have a problem. So I'll request him that we retain election, but then ensure that we cluster so that each part and section of this country is represented to avoid a case of discrimination, to avoid the case of continued marginalization of some regions. As my colleague has said, how will the PS or the CS know a youth in Kacheliba? How will a PS or CS know a youth very deep interior of this country? So we need to have a look at it, and I hope he's listening. Secondly, probably this will also correct in the committee of the whole house, there is a typo in clause 4 of his bill. In clause 4 of his bill, what refers to in clause section 6 is actually F, not G, where we are talking about changing from the word sublocation towards is clause, is section 6, 1F, not 1G. So those are amendments that we can make. But I want to urge my colleagues that we need to continuously empower our youths, give them opportunity, give them the forum to be heard, give them the forum to exhibit and test their talents and their skills. And the National Youth Congress, National Youth Council was the best opportunity for them to exhibit. So I would urge the Cabinet Secretary to move with speed to hasten and reinstate form the Youth Council now that there's no corona, and I hope the regulations that we passed in the last term are now active and they can be used. With those few remarks, I support, subject to the proposed amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Dido Raso, member for Saku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to support this amendment to the existing law, and I want to congratulate Honorable Kandie for this proposal. Madam Speaker, if you look at Article 260 of the Constitution, largely it is about interpretation of several things, including what is affirmative action, addresses the matters of inequity. Madam Speaker, when we talk about one Kenya, one people, one destiny, really we are talking about the growth of this nation. And at the heart of the growth of this nation is about the youth. The vibrancy of the youth, the energy, the intellect, all these combined, when we come up with such a law, although this law is processed, an individual or a group put their heads together and burn the midnight oil to improve those existing laws. Madam Speaker, youth governors exist in this country and they are elected. They are not nominated or they are not competitively picked from across the country. but they represent all the 47 counties of Kenya, and they represent or they form the Youth Congress. Madam Speaker, any attempt to try and usurp the powers of what Honorable Udo there said, of youth being able to elect those they feel will represent their issues, their concerns, and also their future, to be just given to the CS, that it goes through a competitive process. We live in Kenya, we don't live in another country. In Kenya, even appointments, some of them, when we look at them, we sometimes get surprised, because it is those who are visible, available, within reach, who happen to get those few available opportunities. For that reason, I think the owner of this bill, although now it belongs to the House, must reflect deeply on us giving back powers to the Cabinet Secretary. Madam Speaker, read alongside Article 260 is Article 10(2) on national values and principles of governance. That addresses the issue of equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality. With devolution, we thought a lot of issues of concern about the youth of Kenya will be addressed more robustly, because the youths live in counties. They live in our constituencies and wards. An attempt to try and mobilize that body to come up with a system where there is that fair representation that is foreseen, that the future of youth is adequately addressed in the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I support this particular bill largely on one principle. Anyone addressing the matter of youth addresses the issues that are at the heart of this country, where all of us in our constituencies, when we give bursaries, when we talk about education, we rarely talk about that adult population. We are just talking about the growth of youth. For that reason, I support this suggested amendment and request the House to equally support it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Andrew Okwome, member for Karachonyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this bill, for which I thank my friend Kandie. And I want to say first that Youth Council is not well known to the youths in this country. And I would urge the minister concerned to ensure that publicity really goes out well for the youth to know that they have a council that they can use for various purposes. In fact, the council provides them with an opportunity to identify what they can make use of in this country. It allows them to develop ideas on what can be beneficial to them. And I feel it is really a tool for development of their talents. Normally when we talk of Youth Council, many people think of politics more than anything else. But the idea is to create development to them in all spheres, to enable them develop their talents in anything, including politics, that many people think as the only thing they cover. If this happens, I think our youth will have a good start. I agree with my colleagues who said that a number of times youth have been told that they are the leaders of tomorrow. But indeed, even now, as youth, they are also leaders in their own rights. You don't have to be a leader in politics in order that you are considered to be a leader. They are leaders where they are. And what this council should provide is to develop their talents and opportunities for any other kind of leadership they would like to have. I feel our youth are lucky that these opportunities given to them. And when they are being appointed in various positions or elected, of course they should be gender sensitive, and also they should reflect in their election, if they are to elect anybody, they should reflect the face of Kenya. I support the idea that these youth should actually elect their own leaders, right from down to, going up. Because if they elect their leaders, they will really elect the people they feel can serve them. We should not dump everything to the minister concerned, because he won't be able to know those students who, those youth who can be useful to their colleagues. I am in total support, and I urge my colleague, Mheshimiwa Kandie, to consider some of the points we have raised so that he can have the final draft that can be useful to the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to this bill.
Thank you. The Honorable John Kagusha, member for Mukurweini.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, I would like to congratulate my honorable member here, Honorable Kandie, for having made this proposal whereby we consider how we can be able to revive the National Youth Council, which all of us know that has not worked as it ought to have. In fact, I dare say it looks like it has become more of a moribund institution, an institution that is so crucial, so important in ensuring that we are mainstreaming the young people into the leadership of this country. But for one reason or another, we have not gotten it right over the years. And for that reason, the National Youth Council has remained ineffective and has not achieved the goals and the intentions that it was created to achieve. And for this reason, I want to congratulate my brother here for having made this amendment, because this is by and large going to unlock a situation which has been moving from bad to worse and worse to worst. Honorable Speaker, the issue of our young people is not an issue that we can put under the carpet. We cannot downplay it, as the young people are so important in running this nation. They are the hope of our tomorrow. They are the generation that is taking over the leadership of this nation, and they must get the proper training. They must have capacity built. They must get exposure that is necessary to help them to prepare them as leaders who are going to have leadership with integrity, and also we ensure that they become a bundle of value in their leadership in our nation. Honorable Speaker, the National Youth Council can play this role in a very good way if it is properly organized, prepared, structured, funded, and definitely well capacitated. And one of the ways, of course, is by ensuring that the structures are working and that the human resource or the human capacity innate is enhanced so that it can be able to deliver. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that we are lacking as a country is proper mentorship system. I know as a government there is a new, or rather there exists an internship program that takes care of our young people who are coming from colleges. But we need to have a structure which should be guided and well, properly guided through the National Youth Council to be able to mentor our young people. Honorable Speaker, once they have done the internship in the marketplace, there is also another opportunity of them also doing the job shadowing in such a way that you can job shadow senior corporate leaders, senior political leaders, senior lawyers and advocates, senior doctors in this country, so that young people can get proper exposure. And so that they also understand that as they prepare for life, things are not automatically earned, because some of their young people, of course, today they have a challenge that they want to get a thing, or rather they want to succeed today, here and now. This job shadowing, mentorship, internship programs, and properly guiding them through these established structures, which we must ensure that they work, is one of the ways that is going to help our young people to understand how to be able to be effective and to be leaders in this nation in an appropriate manner. Honorable Speaker, I also want to challenge our political parties. As we are helping our young people to grow, and as we give them better capacity, I want to encourage our political parties to ensure that they also have young people in their file and ranks, ensure that the young people become a key component in leadership at all stages, at all levels, from the top organs to the mid-level and to the lower levels. We ensure that young people are properly embedded into that system. I'm glad that we have young leaders in this National Assembly. In fact, this National Assembly, the 13th National Assembly, is probably one of the youngest National Assembly that we have had in the history of this republic, whereby the average age of our leaders this time around doesn't go beyond 50 years. It is actually in the ranges of 40-something years. And this is a good thing. It shows that young people now are coming alive into the fact that they are supposed to be taking reins of leadership in this country. And so for that reason, we as leaders must ensure that we not only amend this law today to ensure that the young people are brought on board through the National Youth Council, but we must also walk the talk in a way that we can be able to encompass and mainstream the leadership of young people into our political parties, into our institutions, into our commissions, into our boards, into whatever level of governance that we have in this nation. Because we say that a country or a nation that does not take care of the young generation is a country that is planning to fail because it will not have the leadership in future. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to support this amendment and say that we expect the Cabinet Secretary will exercise objectivity when addressing this issue of how to competitively bring on board the young people in the National Youth Council by ensuring that there is representation, ensuring that the gender issue is addressed, ensuring that marginalized societies and communities and marginalized people in this country are also well taken care of, and to ensure that we look beyond the political divide, to ensure that all the people from all corners of this country are brought on board, because young people matter, young people are key and important in running this nation. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I would want to also point out that as we prepare young people in leadership, they also need to understand that youth is a very transient status that passes with time. Before you know it, the age that we have as a youth bracket in this country, you know you are past that. And so I would like to encourage them to continue adding value in their lives, so that when you do not have the years on your side, then you have that value that you have added during the time that you are a young person that will keep you going, and the experience that you gain from the exposure that we have talked about. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you very much and support this amendment. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Lynette Kipkoril, member from Bomet County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me this chance to contribute. I want to congratulate my honorable member, Honorable Kandie, for coming up with this particular amendment. I also want to support the motion and say younger people are supposed to be considered. As you can see, or as you all know, I'm the youngest member of parliament in this 13th parliament. We really face a lot of challenges as young people. I remember when I stood up to fight for the position of women rep, I faced a lot of challenges. One, you are being told you are too young to run for the position. You don't have experience. Maybe you don't have money. Maybe you are not married. But my question is, Madam Speaker, if these people, they are saying we are not experienced, where else can we get experience if not for us to be given the opportunity to serve so that we get that experience? There is a quote which says, a journey of a thousand miles starts with a single step. So it is through the position that the younger people are going to be represented, the younger people are going to gain experience, and they are going to be great people in the near future, Madam Speaker. I also want to support by saying, you cannot compare an old mama or an old man with someone who have just finished for university. They cannot reason together. So if we can amend this constitution, if we can have a position of a youth being represented, I know they can sit down. They can also have a youth who are going to represent them in the National Assembly, from ward level to county assembly to the National Assembly, Madam Speaker. I want to say, as a young leader and many other leaders who are in this particular house, we really support the motion. We need more younger people into the leadership. And by so doing, we'll be empowering many youth. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the amendment.
Thank you, honorable members. As we had indicated earlier, that we go to intervention for this bill. I don't see any other interest in this bill, so I call upon the mover to reply. Honorable Kandie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for once again, I want to thank the members for their contribution, especially on the side of supporting the bill, because this bill is fundamental for our youth, and I have taken the note of all the contributions by the members, and also the amendments the members are proposing to bring on board. So I want to thank the members, and I am ready. I will go and look all the proposed amendments by the members, and maybe try to make sure that I make the necessary amendments before it comes to the third reading. Once again, I want to thank all members, and I think we have done justice to our youth this time round. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kandie. Honorable members, question to be put for this bill will not be done now, and question to be put will be done in another session, as will be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 14, the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2022, second reading.
The Honorable Simon Kingara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2022, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, from the onset, may I take this opportunity to thank this Honorable House for allowing me to come back with this land amendment bill, which was here, Madam Speaker, in the last 12th Parliament. Madam Speaker, before I proceed, may I also say that I'm grateful to the National Assembly, which helped this bill to go all the 3 sections up to the 3rd reading until we lost it at Senate. Madam Speaker, the Land Amendment Bill 2022 is concerned on section 12 all the way to section 16. And I will quote, Madam Speaker, the amendment I'm proposing that we carry on. Madam Speaker, on section 13, I'm proposing for the same to read as follows. A public body or institution shall apply to a registrar for registration of public land allocated to the commission in the prescribed form. Madam Speaker, section 14, I'm proposing it to read as follows. The registrar shall register public land allocated to a public body or institution by the commission. Madam Speaker, I go on to the proposal, section 15, which I'm proposing to read as follows. Pursuant to section 58 and paragraph 7 of the 3rd schedule to the Physical Land Use Planning Act 2019, the registrar shall register land set aside by the persons or land buying companies for a public purpose, consequence upon a proposal development. Madam Speaker, I add with section 16, which I'm proposing to read as follows. The new section, Madam Speaker, I'm proposing that it reads as follows. Upon registration of land under subsection 14, which I mentioned above there, and 15, the registrar shall issue a certificate of title deed. Madam Speaker, section 16, I'm dividing it into 3 portions, A, B, and C. And I'm proposing that section A, Madam Speaker, to read as follows. In the case of an incorporated public entity, the certificate of title shall be issued in the name of the entity. Madam Speaker, then I proceed to section B.
Out of order, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I didn't wish to actually interrupt the member that is actually moving an important bill. I was just wondering, instead of reading out what is in the bill, which we can read for ourselves, if you could just maybe spend that time in explaining the purpose of the amendment, because we have actually read it. Thank you.
Well guided.
Honorable Kinara, please take that seriously.
I have taken that
the comments made by the
but what I didn't want is for maybe people not to, for those who do not have it, not to maybe say that we left, like I picked this from what was said by former member who noted some issues which were left behind. But all the same, Madam Speaker, then section C, also we will have an amendment whereby for the case of the county government, which is a devolved function, the land now is given a title deed to the county government. So, as you well know, Madam Speaker, the land here in Kenya is divided into 3 sections, whereby we have the public land, the private land, and all the way to the community land, where you have big chunk of land. Madam Speaker, what is the objective of this amendment? The objective of this amendment, Madam Speaker, is to lock the public land. Because what I have come to note, and that's engineered I come in with this amendment is whereby when a private land is divided into small portions, Madam Speaker, the law allows that at least a portion, maybe like 10%, is secured for public utility. And that, Madam Speaker, that is very much in order. But you find that the land which is set aside for public utility is not secured at the subdivision level. So what happens when the public land when the private land is now subdivided for use, and then they have secured a portion which is now public land, when it is not locked, when they are done with the legit land, then they start eating the public land. And maybe that's why you find issues like what is happening in the river. If that land was secured immediately when the subdivision started, Madam Speaker, we wouldn't have experienced what we have experienced in the river. That notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, in today's development, the government and the public are fighting for public land to put public institutions. And you find, if I can pick a case like Roiro, where we had big chunks of land which were subdivided for public use, then public land was left aside for public development, then the same land was not locked. After the legit land was sold out, these people started selling what they had secured as public land. By that, Madam Speaker, that's why you find the government is fighting it so hard to put public institutions. For instance, now, we want to put Huduma centers, we want to put TTIs, we want to put hospitals, we want to put police stations, but there's no land. Actually, the government is going back to buy what it owned. What of if that land was locked? The same case applies to roads. The government has spent a lot of money to buy back land for Eastern Bypass. And remember, that land was so wide. But the same government, through scrupulous people, made it private, and they issued documents which could allow them to secure the land as theirs. But when the government now comes to do development for the same purpose of public, the land is not there. What happens? Since these people have enough money to put up cases, the government normally loses. When you go up there, Mashinani, when the poor people out there want to fight back their land, they are not able to have a lawyer to take care of their sentiments, so they find themselves losing, and in fact, sometimes they find them being fined, and even that is a double loss. How can we cure this? Madam Speaker, to cure this, I found it worth, now that the land is still subdivided, and I want to put a case study which I can justify. As I speak and as I stand here, we have Tatu City, which was a coffee plantation, owning about 15,000 acres. For me, I am assuming that they are supposed to give us 1,500 acres as public utility land. And that's what, Madam Speaker, that is what we will read in the initial documentation. But who is there to follow what will happen to 1,500 acres in 20 years to come? That's how we are losing our land. That's how we cannot do development. At the same time, Madam Speaker, in Kenya, for you to secure a title deed or a certificate for a lease, for you to lease land, the process is so tedious. So what happens if the land was secured and a document was not issued? Then we come to have development on the same land, especially where we have CSRs, people coming to assist us to put up projects. These people will ask for a rigid document. Then the document is not coming. People go to court. People challenge the land. So you lose the document. You lose the development, because maybe the donor is not there forever to wait for you to secure a document. But if the document was secured at the initial stage, waiting just for the development to come, then we would have many development. And I also want to give another case, like Loiro Gaos, in my place Loiro, where the land was 9 acres. As I stand, it's less than 6 acres. At the same school, Madam Speaker, we got donations from Japanese government, and I can quote that. But unfortunately, we were asked to give the rigid document so that they can do construction. Madam Speaker, we don't have any document. It is public land. The title deed was not issued. The land is just sitting there. Okay, the school is there just to secure the land not to be grabbed. But if somebody went to court, since we don't have any document, they can remove us from the land, like what happened in the river. Even little boys, where I schooled myself, that land was divided into 4 portions. It's only that we were there to secure the land. But we will not be there forever. So the public land, whatsoever, should have a rigid document so that we secure the land. Madam Speaker, this will give tidiness on matters like public land, because you find whenever a development comes, the land starts getting owners. The idle land now is there. Even those junks in Kirifi, Lamu and elsewhere, the land is sitting there. But try to come up with a government development. You will see now the owners of that land and development, the government development stalls. That is what happened in Kenya and maybe other parts of the world. When I was looking at this amendment, Madam Speaker, I looked at what is happening in other jurisdictions, and I found many countries, including African countries, have come up with ways and methods of securing the public land by issuing documents which can be ready for the land to be there and accommodate any development which come their way. So, Madam Speaker, since I talked about this matter in the last Parliament, and I was able, by God's grace, to convince honorable members to pass this amendment in this house, that was the 12th House, I request honorable members who are here and out there listening to me to support this amendment so that we can save our Kenyans and also create room for development in this country. Madam Speaker, there is what we are calling the Agenda 2030 matters development. But where will we put this development if you have not secured land? As I speak once again, it is the Jubilee government led by Dr. Samoei RUTO, our president, to come up with affordable housing. Madam Speaker, it will be... Madam Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza government administration, the Kenya Kwanza government, I'm sorry for that, the Kenya Kwanza government administration led by Honorable Samoei RUTO came up with a good proposal of affordable housing. Madam Speaker, an affordable housing is not it's not a new phenomenon. Affordable housing was there even before, Because for instance, for Roiro, we had the Manjengo, which was done by the government. Madam Speaker, then in Roiro, we had Kangangi houses which were done in 1976. So now that the RUTO administration have come up with affordable housing, it's not a new phenomenon and we should encourage it. But as much as we want to encourage the affordable housing, where are we going to put affordable housing if we don't have land for the affordable housing? So for us to be able to support the desire and the great thought of the Kenya Kwanza development agenda, we have to start by securing land whereby the government and the public can put on public development. Madam Speaker, to go on this, the new development of conducting business of the day is PPP, whereby the private are coming with their money on the public land to do development like dams, like hospitals, institutions like a technical institute. But Madam Speaker, as much as RUTO administration was to conduct such projects, including loads which will be done under PPP, there is no right to do that. So the retreat, Madam Speaker, which is remaining with us, why don't we now take this opportunity, now that we have a bill which we can amend, to have it amended as soon as possible and secure the retreat remaining. Madam Speaker, on behalf of all people of Roiro, I stand here requesting and begging this House to see it fit to support this amendment bill so that we are able to rock our land. By that, Madam Speaker, once again, I also want to thank the RUTO administration through Kenya Kwanza for also giving us opportunity to come here and talk and develop our country, Kenya. Madam Speaker, we can also, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm sorry, the seats have changed. Mr. Speaker, sir, may I also take this opportunity to thank the community out there who have stood firm and secured the remaining land as much as we don't have the documentation. But Mr. Speaker, those people of goodwill will not be there maybe forever. So let us take a chance now that there is remaining land, including that Roiro. I have mentioned areas where public utility is there. The land is not grabbed yet, but it is because of goodwill. But Mr. Speaker, we cannot depend on goodwill forever. Well, we have a parliament where we can align matters which are affecting the public. So with that much, Mr. Speaker, hoping that you are convinced that this is a good amendment which can secure and lock our land and also save money. Mr. Speaker, especially when people are conned and they put big projects in public land, then the government want to put or secure the same public land for development. Mr. Speaker, you find that demolition will take place. But if the land was rocked, there is no demolition which costs this economy a lot of money. So for me, I request once again that since we are many here and we have seen this, I'm welcoming any amendment which can suit and beautify this amendment, which I feel is good for our country. Mr. Speaker, I want now to take this opportunity and move that Honorable John Kagushia second this amendment bill. Thank you.
Honorable Kagushia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to second this bill, the amendment to the Land Act by the Honorable Simon Kingara. And I want to say that it's a timely and necessary amendment as it seeks to address issues that are going to bring good order and planning in our city, in our country, and the things that are going to help us to have well-coordinated development in our republic. Honorable Speaker, the issues that the Honorable Kingara has raised are fundamental in ensuring that we have development in our country. And when I say development, development must be well-intentioned, must be deliberate, must be coordinated, and must be well organized in such a way that it does not encroach into the public space. It doesn't end up bringing disorder, as we have seen. So far, you know, we have development in our country, which has, by and large, brought disorder in other areas. For example, if, for example, you're going to do a development of a nice and well-organized estate, and then you leave some piece of land that is going to be used for public utilities, for sports or sporting activities, for a public school, for a hospital, for a church. And then, the moment you have completed the demarcation and subdividing of that public utility or that estate land, then you go ahead to subdivide and sell out the land that was demarcated for church, sporting activities, public utilities. Honorable Speaker, that kind of development ends up jeopardizing the same good order that we seek to achieve through these gated communities, and also through the establishments that we have in different estates that we have in this republic. Honorable Speaker, this is one of the most common and recurring challenges and problems that we have in the city. That is how we have ended up having slums. That is also how we have ended up having estates where you cannot have sporting activities going on, because that land has already been subdivided and sold to other people. Honorable Speaker, if you were to compare what we do in our country with other jurisdictions, you'll be very surprised that sometimes we are not very careful. In fact, we are careless. If you go to some other jurisdiction, you find that even when you have to do some little concreting of your own space, in your own home, in your own house, you must apply for a permit. You must prove to the council or to the county government that the kind of storm water you're going to be having on that concreted area is going to be directed to certain kind of a drainage. You must be able to show that the kind of waste that is going to be generated from that establishment is in one way or another catered for and handled in the plans that you are seeking approval. But in our country, we have neglected all this. And then we stand surprised eventually when we find ourselves in an extremely disorganized system and development uncoordinated in the cities, now even in the rural areas. We start surprised. How did we get here? Honorable Speaker, correcting those kind of ills is definitely an extremely difficult situation. And that is why I really want to second this amendment. Honorable Speaker, the problem of public land being encroached and being sold to private individuals is not only common in the cities. If you go to the rural areas, for example, where I come from, Mukureri, one of the biggest challenges that we have today when we want to develop and expand our roads is that you do not have any more land that should be accompanying our roads, or we do not have any more reserve for the roads that we want to expand. It's a very big problem that every moment you want to expand a small farm road, it has already been eaten up by the adjacent pieces of land. It has been taken up by other people who are already using it to cultivate napier grass and have done fences almost at the middle of the road. And for that reason, it becomes extremely difficult for you to achieve the 12-meter road, 9-meter road, and even the 20-meter roads. It becomes an extremely difficult case. And for that reason, I want to support that whenever you have done subdivision of whatever piece of land that you have, then you must have the reserve, the road reserve, registered by the county government or any other government organization or government body that has authority over that road. If it is Kura, if it is Kera, if it is Kenha, then that land must be properly demarcated and registered by that particular institution. As much as we are also going to be doing the same for the land that is going to be left out by land buying companies, the housing developing companies, and all that kind of arrangement. Let us have that piece of land registered and registered by the government, so that the moment you have subdivided your estate, Honorable Speaker, then that public land that you have seized and that you have set aside ceases being a property of that institution, ceases being a property of that land buying company, ceases being a private piece of land. Hence, you can't be able to access it anymore. It must be transferred to the entity that is concerned with that particular aspect, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, we must take extremely serious punitive measures against any unscrupulous dealers who resell and resubdivide the public land that they had already set aside. Not only must we take action against those unscrupulous dealers, we must also take serious action against the government entities and government civil servants who encourage this, who connive and collude with these unscrupulous dealers to ensure that they subdivide and give titles to that kind of land so that it ends up disadvantaging the community that, in fact, went ahead to invest in that particular estate or in that land. Honorable Speaker, that must be taken so that we can be sure we are putting punitive measures as a deterrent to ensure that in future we do not have that. Honorable Speaker, I want to encourage the Honorable Kenyatta to go ahead even and look at the issue of the fractional ownership of houses in the city. I know we have had serious complaints from some of the people who have bought the apartments in upmarket areas and also other areas. Sometimes you buy the apartment with the promise that at the basement they have left for you some space for gym, some space for sporting activities, some space for other activities as common area. Only to find that after you have all bought that land and have occupied, or you have bought that house in a sectional occupation arrangement, then you find that the seller of that particular property then then engages that public and common area that you had been promised when you signed your contract. Honorable Speaker, this must also be brought into this purview of this law so that we ensure that we do not allow the land buying companies, we do not allow the property developers to take advantage of people who seek to own property in the city, because many people have been left with a bad taste in their mouth. They have been left with extremely bad experiences after they have spent colossal amounts of money. I mean, it's not only the people who are having their houses demolished in other areas like Mavoko, but also other people who are already living in some of these areas are already experiencing this terrible situation. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to second.
Honorable Kakuchia, before you second, I will add you time. I see your time is running out. Don't worry about this. Do you have this bill? And I regret I didn't raise the issue with the mover of the bill.
Yeah.
I don't do a lot of conveyancing nowadays. I hope you still do. Could you look at clause 3 of the bill? The proposed section 13 and 14.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
If you may look at it. It appears to indicate that a public body or institution shall apply to the registrar for registration of public land allocated by the Commission in the prescribed form. And of course, at the proposed new section 14, you also see that idea of allocation by the Commission. This is a very good provision, but my worry is, don't we have public lands not allocated by the Commission? And how can this also be captured? I'm thinking of, for instance, schools in my area. These parcels of land were set apart by communities, and schools were established long before we even established the National Land Commission. I imagine that is the commission this one is speaking to. Now, how do we ensure that such parcels of land not allocated by the National Land Commission, which came into being later, are also registrable under this provision, so they are already catered for? I'm just thinking aloud in terms of picking your thoughts. I know you have a lot of expertise, just as the mover of the bill, Great Honorable Simon Kingara. Could we have that clarity to guide the members as they continue with the debate, so that we ensure all these public lands can be registrable if there are no provisions around them as of now? Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, you raise an important clarification, and it's something that I'm sure the Honorable Kingara, as the mover of this motion, the mover of this amendment, would consider, to ensure that we are not only looking at what we expect to happen as we move on, but we're also looking at already what is existing. Honorable Speaker, what you raise is very important again, because you find that most of the shopping centers, for example, that are existing in most of the areas, most of them, even though they are held by the county governments, some of them, you cannot really know the boundaries and the demarcations because they have not been resurveyed, they have not done proper planning, and so sometimes people still encroach. And you remember the time when we had councillors, most of them would allocate themselves. And I have a situation where I have an experience in my village, in Kio Shopping Center, where the councillor had allocated himself, those days, the slaughterhouse. And when you, of course, go looking at the minutes, you find the minute is in the name of the councillor, but it's a public utility, it's public land. And so that clarification is important, and it's something that I'm sure the mover of this amendment will be glad to consider. And I believe this is going to correct a lot of the mischief that we have with the property dealers and land buying companies. And I know Ruto sub-county is one of the extremely affected sub-counties in this country. And of course also other rural counties and constituencies are also very affected, especially when it comes to the shopping center planning, when it comes also to those public utilities, and also when it comes to the issue of road reserves. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second.
Honorable members, I propose that the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2022, be now read a second time.
I'm presuming you've given me the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank Honorable Kingara for bringing this bill. It's very good, very timely, but also very straightforward. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief. I think the issue of public land is a very significant issue for this country. It's as the populations grow and fight for resources heightens, then people actually look at public land. And because a lot of people now can't afford land because land is very expensive, when they see land that has been idle for very long, then most people invade the land, lay claim to the land, and take control. And therefore, it is important that you have a registration process for public land. But above that, I wish there was also a clear way of demarcating, and perhaps maybe you can provide for that, that once the title is given, that there should be a clear demarcation, because I know even in one of the schools that when I got in as a member of parliament, I discovered that there is a school that the public had actually donated land. It's actually the biggest public school in my constituency in Kasugunga ward, called Usare. And when I got in, and very graciously, my predecessor had actually done a lot of work at that school. But the school was being sold. There was a court order to sell the public school. Why? Because there was no title to the land. It was never handed over. And therefore, people take advantage. Even people who are donated, sometimes it's your grandfather that donated the land. When the children come later and they don't have resources, or some of them are actually just careless or as misuse the resources they inherited, they want to take over and sell what their grandparents gave for community. However, I just want to agree with Honorable Mr. Speaker that the way it is worded, it excludes the kind of land that would be of actually utmost significance to some of us from the areas we come from, because the areas that are grabbed the most, like the school I'm talking about, we had to actually rebuy the land, even after we even had knowledge that that land was actually already purchased, but there were no records. So we had to rebuy the land. And even after rebuying the land, a portion of it was again stolen. After we have bought it and I'm a member of parliament, then it actually pits you against these people who are trying to grab the land. And so for me, it's important that we bring an amendment to ensure that we include not only where the land is given by the commission, but where it's actually donated by the community. The other issue that is of concern for me, arising from what I've just said, is the issue of depository of titles and the sanctities of titles, but especially on the issue of depository of titles. And the reason I'm saying that is, for instance, one of the things I did was to help a number of schools in getting titles. And once they get those titles, some of them were actually asking me, so who do we give this title? If you give him to the BOM, some of them don't even, because we have so many schools that didn't even have administration blocks. They have nowhere to deposit those titles. So who is the depository of the title? So maybe that's one of the things you can think around, and maybe think about how you can amend and bring how we can ensure that we protect those titles. And then I'd also want to just comment that on the issue that the second I talked about, the cession of property, that it's a new and emerging issue that is also stemming out of greed, that we knew that you could actually buy an apartment on second floor. But I was notified of a case where somebody then went and sold the land. So the challenge is, okay, if you've sold the land because you have the title, then what happens to these people? Maybe that would require amending a different legislative framework so that even when people buy the titles or own the titles to their premises, but there's a shared title to the ground around it that may actually talk to that issue. And finally, one of the issues that is of concern to me that I'm happy I've seen in another bill, I think that is coming from the Senate, is the issue of shared natural resources. And you can see we are talking a lot about land. Just 2 weeks ago, I was dealing with fishermen from Litare and Kiumba beaches, and they've been fighting. They fight in water, and sometimes people even die in those fights. And what actually turned out was one of the major issues is there is no longer enough water. I mean, when I say this, people might think it's crazy, but there is not enough water or water spaces for people to fish. So people end up fighting, and because of the different types of fishing. And because of that, I was saying, at least in land, you can demarcate and say, my title is from here to here. And in water, then where is my demarcation? I know, again, that is a totally different legislative framework, but it's, and that's why I'm saying I'm happy I saw a bill from the Senate on the shared natural resources, and we must look at how we deal with those issues. So of course, there are multiplicity of issues that were arising from my meeting with the fishermen. But I think that's one of the issues that we must look at so that we reduce the conflicts. And also, finally, very finally, one of the issues that is of concern is on the beaches, the public beaches. Like, for instance, where the beach where my family comes from, or the nearest, is called Mikuna Beach in Rusinga Island. And it has been lying idle for a long time because the government, I think, introduced hippos that have actually threatened and sent people away from that. But recently, when we had developers who came in to do aquaculture, there seemed to have been a bit of a push and pull between the communities and them because of the issue that that place has been idle, and therefore they could just use it. If Mikuna Beach, for instance, had a title, then that should not arise. But then again, also it takes us again to another legal framework that we must look at, which is the issue of riparian land and right to beaches, which is what is private, what is public, and all that, which is still not very clear. Otherwise, I think this is a very good piece of legislation, and I'm urging our Speaker to talk to the Speaker of Senate, because what the fate you are saying, your bill suffered, my bill has suffered it twice. As we pass bills from Senate, only yesterday we passed the primary health care bill and others, but most of our bills go to Senate and die. So this issue must be sorted out in this Parliament so that we don't suffer the fate that we suffered in previous parliaments. Otherwise, congratulations, it's a good job and I support.
Honorable Millie, your counsel is taken. Honorable Millie, I know before you went to that university in New York, was it New York University?
New York University.
You were taught by Professor Kotho-Gendo.
Yes.
HWO. Yes. There is a doctrine which Honorable Kagusha also remembers, which was called quick, quid, plantatur, yes. solo, said it. Yes. In the context of sectional property. Yes. And I'm happy Honorable Kagusha has raised it. You are also raising it. Because what it means is that whatever is attached to the land, okay, belongs to the land. Or whoever owns the land owns it to the high heavens and to the very depth of the earth. So if you have title to a sectional property and reversionary interest to the land is still with the developer, what do you really own?
Exactly.
You get, and that is a thought I think Honorable Kagusha and Honorable Millie, working together with Honorable Kingara, you should also bring up, because it is disturbing very many people across the country, I think including several members we have with us here. I want to give Honorable Kasim Tandasa, the MP for Matuga.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Nimekaa sana nikusubiri kuchangia katika hii hoja muhimu ambayo Mheshimiwa Kangara ameweza kuileta. Na kama hungenipa nafasi, na imani kwamba mizimu ya mababu zangu kule Kwale haingeniruhusu leo kulala. Kwa nini? Hili swala la ardhi hasa na kupeana stakabadhi limeumiza sana Wakenya na hasa watu wa Kwale County. Kumbukumbu tulizonazo ni kwamba ardhi ya Kwale iliweza kufanyiwa ukaguzi na kupeanwa hati miliki miaka ya 70. Lakini wakati ule serikali iliyokuwapo ikawaambia wenyeji kwamba kilomita 2 kutoka ufuo wa bahari, hiyo ni mali ya serikali, kwa hivyo hawataweza kupatiwa. Watu wakapatiwa hati miliki nje ya kilomita 2 kutoka ufuo wa bahari. Na hatimaye mabwenyenye ambao walikuwa ni hao serikali wakaja wakapeana hati miliki wageni bila kutambua kwamba hii ni ardhi ambao wenyeji walikuwa wameishi, wamepanda miti ya kudumu, kuna mikorosho, kuna minazi, kuna makaburi, kuna visima, lakini kwa sababu waliambiwa kwamba hiyo ardhi inatakikana iwe ya serikali, wakatumia nafasi hiyo na kupeana ardhi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, mahoteli ambayo yamejengwa katika fuo za bahari, nikizungumzia upande wa Kwale kuanzia Likoni mpaka Shimoni, utakuta ni ardhi ambazo zilipeanwa baadaye na serikali kwa mabwenyenye, licha ya kuwa wenyeji walikuwa pale. Na mpaka sasa hali hii bado inaendelea. Pia wenyeji wakati ule, kwa sababu walikuwa wanahifadhi misitu na wanajua umuhimu wa kuhifadhi mazingira, kuna hizi sehemu zinaitwa kaya. Kaya watu wanachukulia labda ni sehemu ya wachawi ama ni sehemu ya matembiko, lakini ukweli ni kwamba ni sehemu ambazo wale wazee wetu walikuwa wanajua zinataka kuhifadhiwa. Kuna misitu, kuna miti muhimu ambayo inaweza kutoa dawa, ina mazingira mazuri kufanya hivyo. Na sehemu hizo wakati huo kuanzia miaka 72 wenyeji wakasema sehemu hizi tunaziacha kwa sababu ni kaya zetu. Pengine wengine walikuwa wanasema wanaenda kwa maombi, lakini ili muhimu ni kwamba ni sehemu ambazo ilikuwa ni misitu na zinahifadhi mazingira. Nikiwa hapa baada ya miaka 40-50 kutoka miaka 72, hata mwezi uliopita kuna mabwenyenye ambao wamekuja sehemu za eneo langu bunge pale Tiwi na kuweza kuwafurusha wazee, manake walikuja na hati miliki kutoka Nairobi kwamba wao sasa ndio wanamiliki sehemu hizi za kaya, na kuweza kuweka ua, hata kuweka ua wa stima, kwa sababu hawa sio watu wa kawaida katika eneo zima la kaya, kwamba sasa wao wana hati miliki. Inawanyima watu kuweza kutumia rasilimali hii, wazee hawawezi kwenda, na wameanza kuleta uchafuzi wa mazingira, kwani wameanza kukata ile miti bila kufikiria kwamba hii ni eneo ambalo wakati hati miliki zikipeanwa miaka ya 70 wenyeji walikuwa wamezitenga kwa hifadhi za mazingira. Kuna sehemu pale hali kadhalika ambayo pia kaya nayo imeweza kutolewa hati miliki, kupeanwa mtu binafsi kwamba aweze kumiliki sehemu hii, licha ya kwamba ni sehemu ambayo wakati hati miliki zikitolewa wenyewe wakazi waliweza kuiacha kwa matumizi ya pamoja, ambapo sheria hii wakati ikikubalika na kutiwa kidole katika kama inavyostahiki, tatizo kama hili halitaweza kutokea. Kwa hivyo namshukuru sana Mheshimiwa King'ara kwa kuleta hoja hii, japokuwa imechelewa. Pengine tukiambatanisha na miswada mingine ya kuweza kuangalia tena swala zima la dhulma za kihistoria, basi na kama sheria hii imepita, nafikiri suluhu itaweza kupatikana. Katika mswada huu, katika mjadala huu, kuna swala ambalo pia ni muhimu ambalo limezungumzia kwamba endapo commissioner ama ile ofisi husika itapeana ardhi ambayo ilikuwa ya umma kwa mtu binafsi ama kwa shirika, basi ardhi hii itumike kulingana na yale matarajio ama yale maombi yaliyotolewa. Ni jambo la kuhuzunisha kwamba ukiangalia sehemu kama Vipingo Sisal Estate kule sehemu ya Kilifi, hii pia ilikuwa ni ardhi ya umma, ilikuwa wenyeji wanaishi pale, ikaweza kupeanwa kwa wazungu kwamba wanataka kulima shamba la mkonge. Hili ilikuwa ni wazo zuri, lakini linavyotendeka saa hizi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba mkonge haulimwi tena. Wameanza kukata ploti kuuza kwa bei ya juu, na ili hali ni ardhi ambao wao walipeanwa bure, wenyeji wakifurushwa kwamba walime mkonge. Hili limetamausha sana watu wa sehemu zile na linatatiza, kwa sababu wakati kumbe kulingekuwa na thamani, basi yeye mzungu akiona kwamba hana haja tena ya kulima mkonge, ingekuwa basi ardhi ile iregeshe, na ikiwa sio kuiregesha tu kwa serikali ama kwa county, lakini irudi kwa wale wenyewe, kwa sababu bado vizazi vipo na wanajua kile mtu sehemu yake ilikuwa wapi. Na ikiwa ni kuuza, basi ni wenyeji wauze, sio kwamba mtu alipatiwa ardhi bure kwa malengo ya kudanganya kisha baadaye aweze kupata faida kubwa kiasi cha kwamba wenyeji hata aweze kupitia tena sehemu hiyo ya ardhi. Kuna swala jingine pia ambao nafikiri lingeingia katika mswada huu, katika wale wawekezaji ambao hupata ardhi wakafanya mradi kisha baadaye wakishamaliza wakaondoka. Ardhi hii inarudi kwa kina nani? Nazungumzia kwa mfano kama ile kampuni kubwa ya kule Kwale ambayo inaitwa Base Titanium. Waliweza kuchukua ardhi, wakaelewana na wenyeji, wamechimba, wamemaliza, wameondoka. Iko taratibu ya kwamba waweze kurekebisha ardhi ile, lakini hatimaye kwa sababu wale ni wazungu, ni mwekezaji na atarudi kwao, hatimaye ardhi hii itarudi kwa nani? Stakabadhi hii itabaki wapi? Kwa sababu ikibaki hivyo, hata baada ya kuirekebisha utapata ni wale mabwenyenye tena ndio wataweza kuja na hati miliki kwamba sasa wao ndio wenyewe. Ningetaka kuangalia kifungu cha 12(2) ambapo katika huu mswada inasema kwamba ardhi ya umma isiweze kupeanwa ikiwa kuna momonyoko wa ardhi, kuna mafuriko na mambo kama hayo. Hapa naona Mheshimiwa King'ara, kulingana na utaratibu ama na ueledi, mimi kama engineer, kama mhandisi wa masuala haya, hili siwe kiegezo kwamba haiwezi kutolewa, kwa sababu iwapo yule anayepatiwa malengo yake ni kurekebisha, iwapo yule mwenye kupatiwa kwa kawaida wenyeji hawatumii kwa sababu kuna mafuriko ama kuna momonyoko wa ardhi, lakini yeye malengo yake ni kupatiwa na kuweza kurekebisha sehemu hiyo iweze kuleta faida kwa wananchi bado, basi hili ni swala ambalo lingetaka kuangeziwa tofauti, badala ya kusema moja kwa moja wawe sehemu kama hizi haziwezi kupeanwa. Hali kadhalika naangalia sehemu ambayo pia naona hii ni kifungu cha 12(2)(c) ambayo umezungumzia kwamba sehemu ambazo kuna maji pia zisiweze kupatiwana. Kwa wakati huu, kwa sababu huu ni wakati wa mtandao wazi, ukiweza kwenda kwa huyu jamaa anaitwa Google na kuangalia hoteli za kifahari ulimwenguni, utakuta kuna hoteli ambazo zimejengwa chini ya bahari. Bahari ni kwenye maji, na hizi ni hoteli labda wengi tungekuwa na hela ya kutosha tungetamani tuweze kulala katika hoteli hizi kabla tuweze kwenda mbinguni. Kwa hivyo ukisema moja kwa moja kwamba sehemu kama hizi ziwekewe sheria kwamba zisiweze kutolewa, inamaanisha wawekezaji ambao wangetaka kuwekeza katika sekta hii ya utalii kuweza kujenga mahoteli ya kifahari katikati ya bahari chini ya maji, sisi kisheria tutasema haiwezekani, ambapo hapo nakuta tutakuwa tumewanyima wawekezaji nafasi na moja kwa moja kujinyima sisi mapato, kupeana na nchi za kigeni na kunyima ajira ambazo kuna sehemu nyingi kama za kwetu ambazo tuna uchumi wetu ambao tunaotarajia sana ni uchumi wa utalii. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, na kushukuru kwa kunipatia hiyo fursa na naunga mkono hoja hii. Asante.
Asante. Mheshimiwa Rashidi Badzimba, mjumbe wa Kisauni.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesubiri vya kutosha ili niweze kutilia shime katika mswada huu ambao umeletwa na Mheshimiwa King'ara. Mimi pia niungane na wenzangu kuunga mkono kwamba ardhi za umma ziweze kupata stakabadhi, kwa sababu ni aibu sana mpaka sasa miaka 50 tangu tupate uhuru, lakini utapata shule za umma zote hazina hati miliki. Ziko tu zinasemekana hizi za umma, lakini hazijulikani stakabadhi zake ziko wapi wala ni ardhi ya aina gani. Na pia nitilie mkazo ama maneno yaliyozungumzwa na Mheshimiwa King'ara ni kwamba inafikia wakati hata miradi ya serikali haina mahali ya kutengea kujengwa kwa sababu hakuna ardhi. Hata sisi katika upande wa nchi CDF inatubidi mara nyingi tunanunua ardhi, na hali ardhi ni tajiri, serikali ni tajiri kwa ardhi, kwa sababu hizi ardhi za umma kwanza zitolewe stakabadhi. Pili, ardhi za kibinafsi ni masharti, ni sheria kwamba akiwa na kiwango fulani lazima akitoe public utility, na public utility automatic inakuwa ni ardhi ya umma. Lakini shida iliyoko ni kwamba mpaka tukubaliane kwamba tuhakikishe kwamba ufisadi katika halmashauri ya ardhi, hizi wizara za ardhi lazima ziwe kwanza zitabanwa ile ufisadi uishe pale, na nina imani utajiri wa ardhi utapatikana, kwa sababu sisi tuna ardhi ya kutosha. Ardhi ya community ni hiyo, ni ya community tayari, ni ya umma. Ardhi ya kibinafsi akijenga lazima, ikiwa najenga estate, ikiwa najenga mahali ambako ni nyumba zaidi ya 30-40 akiuza, lazima pale patakuwa na watoto. Wale watoto lazima wape mahali ya kuchezea, lazima atengeneze mahali pa kumwaga taka, lazima aweke mahali pa kuweka zahanati, lazima wale watu watakaokuwa pale watakuwa wanaabudu, lazima wawekee mahali pa kuabudu. Lakini hivi sasa kwa sababu ya ufisadi hizo vitu hakuna. Na mimi nakwambia Mheshimiwa Spika, haya mambo hayakuanza leo. Haya tangu manispaa, zilipokuwa manispaa kabla serikali za ugatuzi. Ni lazima, kwa sababu subdivision ama ugawanyaji wa ardhi hauwezi pita bila wewe hujaonesha public utility ni gani. Kwa sababu wewe pale utawapangisha wananchi, utawapangisha binadamu, hawatatoka juu ya mbingu waanguke hapo chini. Lazima watakuwa na barabara ya kutoka nje, kurudi ndani, watakula chakula. Lazima zile takataka ziwe na sehemu maalum ambao ni si yako wewe. Yale ni mali ya umma, public utility uweke waweze. Wale wanaokwenda kanisani waende, lazima wawe na sehemu ya kuabudu. Wale wakwenda msikitini wawe na sehemu ya kuabudu, na wale wanaabudu Jumamosi pia na wawe na sehemu zao. Kwa hivyo ni lazima, lakini kwa sababu ya ufisadi ulivyojaa, mimi nasema ikiwa itawezekana ifanywe auditing tangu mwanzo kulipokuwa manispaa, zile ardhi za umma kama ziko ziweze kutumika ili zirudi. Mpaka leo sisi tunapata pesa za NGCDF zenyewe si nyingi, lakini inabidi uchukue hizo uende ukauze ardhi. Na pia niseme Mheshimiwa Kingara ni kwamba utilie mkazo, ikiwa ni hati miliki iwe ni ina nguvu, hiyo stakabadhi iwe na nguvu. Kwa sababu unaweza kuwa na hati miliki, kesho mtu anakuja anasema hiyo ni karatasi umebeba. Inakuwa haina maana wewe kuwa na ile stakabadhi. Kwa hivyo lazima tuitilie mkazo kwamba ikiwa ni title deed, hati miliki iwe ni ya nguvu, ukipewa imetoka katika serikali, hakuna mtu anaweza kuja kuambia jambo lolote. Utakuta hata hospitali yetu hayana stakabadhi, hayana hati miliki. Yako pale, hata mtu yote za kuja akaja akasema hii ardhi ni yangu, na wagonjwa wote wakatolewa mbio. Kuhusu suala la uvunjaji, Mheshimiwa Spika, sioni kwamba ni jambo la busara. Kwa sababu hii nchi inapelekwa na sheria. Ikiwa mtu anachimba msingi, amepata stakabadhi kutoka ugatuzi, amechimba msingi, amekuja amejenga, amepata approval zote, ashamaliza, ndio unakuja kusema ni yako, hapo ni makosa sana. Kwa hilo siwezi kubaliana nao, lakini kwa huu mswada nakubaliana kwamba stakabadhi zitolewe, lakini zipewe nguvu. Utakapokuwa nayo hakuna mtu tena kisheria kuja kukutingisha. Kama kwangu Kisauni kuna matatizo makubwa ya ardhi. Watu wamejenga, wamemaliza, leo unakuja mtu anasema tawavunjia. Hakuna. Wewe ulikuwa wapi wakati hawa wakichimba msingi? Ulikuwa wapi wakati hawa wanajenga, wanatia mawe la kwanza? Ulikuwa wapi hawa wakiita stima? Ulikuwa wapi mpaka leo limeisha na umekuja? Mtaua watu wamefanya kazi mpaka wameretire, pesa yao wameweka pale. Watu wamechukua mortgage, wamechukua maloni katika benki, mtaua wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo kwa hilo la uvunjaji sikubaliani nalo, lakini kwa mambo ya ardhi nakubaliana. Mheshimiwa Kingara, umefanya kazi nzuri na nina imani bunge zima litakuunga mkono. Kwa haya mengi, asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Rudi eneo la Dagoretti North katika jimbo la Nairobi, jimbo kuu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support this bill and to really thank Mheshimiwa Kingara that indeed, if there is an issue that is really hurting Nairobi, is this issue of public land, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you find that in all the public lands that we have, especially schools, I think most of them have been grabbed until we've reached a point, Mr. Speaker. Ours is to now negotiate with the grabbers that whatever is remaining, can we have? And now, because you have built houses, you've built estates, and this was done by very many senior people who took really public land of schools like Lavington Primary School, land that is now remaining only 21 acres, and we still have others who have encroached in, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, even as we look at this bill, the most important thing we have to do, and I know my senior Mheshimiwa Mili and you have also spoken about, is how do we ensure that we have safeguarded these titles? Because as she says, indeed, even now, the other day we tried looking, we got a few titles, but yes, the schools are wondering, do we keep them in the bank? Where do we deposit these titles? Is a very, very key question. And therefore, even as we look at the bill, we must ensure. This is the time, and I want to thank him, that this is the time we can rectify a few of the mistakes that we have done. Ensure public utilities. Mr. Speaker, if you enter this town, we have toilets of Nairobi, but these toilets now became like a place where gangs just decided to take over. They are the ones who run it. It's now like a private entity. It's no longer anymore a public utility where you can say this is supporting the county and the county is even able to collect revenue on it. The other place is Gikomba. Mr. Speaker, when you see everyone fighting in Gikomba, everyone burning everything, it's just because this is land that was public land and it has no title. So everyone goes for the 38 acres that is there, and everyone would wish to take and now privatize it and just find itself in another system where you'll find huge buildings being built. The other place is now Kilimani and Kileleshwa. When you talk of shared title, that is now where the biggest challenge is. That our Chinese have come, they build their apartments, they now sell to you this apartment, but now when you come to understand where is the title, when you sit as a team now and ask for your title, you have no title because they still own the title. They are the ones who run maintenance, but you pay them. But yet you bought the land from them, and you are buying the land plus the apartments. And we must deal with it so that they know in this country we have laws that can safeguard Kenyans who have thought we have bought land where our children can be playing. And it's not just there. Even these townhouses you see, Mr. Speaker, everyone, the sellers still hold on the titles. You cannot sell even yourself, because if you want to sell again, you'll have to go through the process to look for the same seller. So what they have done, they create companies that they use for selling, and they keep those companies to become now the management companies of managing these estates. So even as we look at that, we must ensure. I can see now we are pushing in the issue of environment, the issue of planting trees, but you find these riparian lands. In Nairobi, I doubt whether we have something called riparian land anymore. It is gone, and yet it was public land that was meant to do all these things, safeguard the waters not to enter into houses, but ensure that we are also safe, and the river is also clean and safe. So for me, even as we look at the whole bill, Mr. Speaker, what we need and what Kingara needs to help us with is to ensure when we come now to the Committee of Whole, we must amend and put in some very critical amendments that will safeguard now public land, public utilities, give a chance to schools now to ensure they can have their title, but ensure they can also safeguard. And any person, any principal who lives and comes in will always find that there's a title of this school. If we do that, Mr. Speaker, we will close Christmas knowing we have safeguarded issues like the Mavoko. It should be the last and the first. This Mavoko thing should teach us in this house, Mr. Speaker, that we must deal with this matter of public land. This matter of third party, at the first one bought, then sold, that now when it's on the third party, you can't ask any question, the title is gone, and that is how public land has disappeared in this country. But then the most important thing also, we are urging the courts, and especially the judiciary, that it is important also when you are dealing with public land where people have built, people have sold and sold 7 times, then it is important for the judge just to go on the ground to see how the situation is before you decide now is when we are giving a court order to just go and evict. So for us, today, Kingara gives us an opportunity to now go back and see this sickness that we have of issues of land, and where people just see any empty space and they grab, any empty road reserve, they grab. I think all the towns in this country have gone through that challenge. But more importantly, as I finalize, Mr. Speaker, is that during devolution, when we were now doing transition of this devolution, there's something we missed, absolutely missed, in how to safeguard public assets. And so the governors just took advantage, and everyone who used to be in that county, in the county councils, de facto, took advantage, and they just carried everything. And today, you just see this was public land, this was this, but it is gone. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say, today I think we can resolve. And thank you so much again, once again, Honorable Kingara. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Beatrice Elachi. Beatrice Elachi, that matter of sectional property, more so in your area of representation, is a big, big crisis. Big crisis, and I would request that you are the third member mentioning it. Let us think beyond what Honorable Kingara has raised in this bill. Sit with Honorable Kingara and also deal with the Sectional Property Act. Because particularly these Chinese who are building all over, they continue to manage, they are being paid money, they are providing no service. You ask them even for title for sectional property, they don't give, and they continue to move from place to place. I think we need a solution from Parliament beyond the declarations so far made in law and by the courts. I want to recognize the Member of Parliament who is from the community which is most affected by land grabbing in the country, the Honorable Julius Olesonkuli, MP for Kilgoris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for recognizing me. And I must say that speaking from, after very eloquent presentation by the member for Dagoretti and those others who have spoken before, it just underlines the importance of this bill brought by our friend Honorable Kingara. Mr. Speaker, I want to say from the onset that indeed we should register public land. I think it is very, very important. And when it comes to committee stage, I think the Honorable Kingara must accept an amendment that will actually introduce a depository. It has been said, but it is very important, that maybe it would be necessary to create a department or a registrar of public lands within the Land Commission, so that we can be able to have one person who actually has possession So every town should actually have public land for that purpose. For those of us who come from Maasai community, we still have need for a lot of land that is going to be used for cultural purposes. Just a few months ago, we had a ceremony called the Unoto ceremony, which requires use of land over time. And now we have resorted to asking certain elders to give us their land so that we can use it for the Unoto ceremony. And then we degrade their land environmentally and so on. And this could be sorted out by ensuring that there is cultural land, that public land, which is going to be used for every Unoto ceremony and for every other subsequent ceremony that is going to be found. So, apart from just registering land that already exists, it is important that we create such land and register it. The question still begs, who will be the depository of that title? Who will hold that title? Because we have an oxymoron called community land. And when you ask who the community actually is, nobody will tell you. We used to have a piece of land called group ranches. And group ranches were pieces of land that were registered under the Groups Land Registration Act. And those officials of the group ranch took the land as if they belonged to them. Now the groups have more or less disappeared, but they are still in the law, a part of the law called community land. Now, what is community land? Who actually owns community land? So that is why it becomes very important that public land be registered, and there is one person or one office that is going to be responsible, that's going to be referred to as the office that is holding a title for such land. And there are so many pieces of land that we used to have. I see Mavoko now being demolished. But what happened with public land called holding grounds? We who trade in livestock used to drive our cattle to near Athi River. And in Athi River, before your cows could be bought, there was holding ground. Such ground was also in Dagoretti, actually. But today we don't know what has happened. People have grabbed holding grounds, and now they have built apartments there. And when you bring your cows, you will take them into the Kenya Meat Commission, starving, and become emaciated. And those holding grounds where you could restore them back to their normal condition after a long drive from, say, Marsabit or from Mandera, now no longer exists. That is actually one of the reasons why this bill is important. It should have sorted out the issue of grabbing of our holding grounds, because that holding ground was still very, very important. We must say that when public land is created, let it be adaptive to the environment that it exists. Let public land also exist in order to sort out the issues that are there. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know, because today when we're thinking about public land, we are thinking maybe of registering schools, school land as public land. Yes, that is true. But there is also land that is held by the public for future use, that may be not exactly described now, but in the year 2030, society will require that land. We have to find a way of registering that land, because we cannot leave land under this regime called trust land, because we no longer trust anybody. Trust land used to be there when people were trustworthy, but now the person who holds land in trust for the community is the same person who is going to sell it in total breach of the trust. So the only way to do it is, let's lock this thing with a lock and key, and that is by registering that land as a public land, creating a depository where the title will be held, and unlocking it for use when that particular time arrives. And in addition, I think the regime for releasing public land, the law that is created for releasing public land for any other use other than the public use must be very, very tight. We cannot make it quite liberal, because if you leave that transition between public and private land to only land control boards, I think that's not going to be good. And that's why it's important, if we draft a law, we say we even create a need for it to go to one of the assemblies, either the National Assembly or the County Assembly, so that it does not become so easy for us to turn public land into private land. We require to be very, very tight with it. I've seen in some of our towns, like the famous town of Kilgoris, that you can hardly get land anymore for the public, yet people own their private land. The forest that we have called Nyakweri Forest actually was not government forest, and because it was not government forest, people treated it as a private forest, and now it is depleted. The charcoal that was burnt out of it has made its way to Kisii, and now we no longer have forest. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support and thank Honorable Kangara for bringing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Julius Unkuli. Honorable Amos Mwago last.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this bill, which I fully support from my friend, my colleague from the Ruri constituency. First and foremost, I believe I came to this parliament to play politics of the future, politics that seeks to address these perennial issues in a conclusive way, politics that seeks to incorporate the digitalization processes of this world to solve our issues. Matters land have been discussed in this house since it was first launched, since the inception of this house. And I want to indulge you, Mr. Speaker, on what we can do as a youth for the future of this nation in tackling these perennial issues once and for all. I duly believe that this amendment of the bill is very much welcome. And as much as it is welcome, it is also good to look at the future. I believe we have so many issues to do with land in this country. And one of the ways of sorting issues to do with land in this country, we should adopt a policy of absolute titling of all the land in this country. If you have a company like Google Maps that is able to map our country per street, per stream, even per lane, what makes it very difficult for us as a country to invest in technology to map out issues of title deeds in everything, matters land in our country in absoluteness. I believe the way to go is digitizing all the processes doing with lands, to curb issues of land grabbing, to curb issues of these conflicts in matters land. To begin with, I would like to bring your attention to issues to do with markets. I have several markets in Starehe constituency, from Marikiti Market, there's Mudhuro Market. There are so many markets in Starehe constituency, whom, if you request for the title deeds for those areas, they are not available. And that's why I seek to support this motion that for any land allocated to public land allocated to institutions, these titles should be given to the individual bodies so that these people are able to invest more, are able to articulate more of their issues with absoluteness and with their future holding in their hands. In matters public schools, I have several schools in Nairobi, and as you know, Nairobi land is very expensive. And we have very many hoovering land grabbers because they know these schools, they don't even have the title deeds for their land. We have people who are encroaching these schools because they know these people even they don't understand even the shape of their land. So I support this motion, I support this bill by my friend from Ruiru. We really need to give this institution the absoluteness of ownership, so that these encroachers and these people who prey on their land, we can be done with them once and for all. Our challenge in Pangani, there are several schools that have been encroached. There's an Ainsworth primary school that we have private investors who have built modern stalls outside their wall, which is in contention because the geographical map of the school shows that the areas beyond that place where the investors built these stalls is in school compound. The Resco's primary school, we have an issue, and we have so many issues of people who have built modern turfs in schools because of lack of absolute knowledge of the school map and the title documents not being in possession of the schools. So I really support this motion that these public lands allocated to public institutions should be given in absoluteness in terms of titling so that these people can be answerable to any activity that goes on into the schools. Like my sister has talked about public toilets and public utilities in Nairobi County. I would like Mr. Speaker to indulge you on the same and tell you we need absoluteness in terms of control, because some of these utilities were actually constructed to bring an affirmative action, but they've ended up in the wrong hands maybe. They were maybe supposed to support people living with disabilities, maybe women and the youth, but we've seen more often than not them being controlled by other forces that we really don't believe they stand for the affirmative action. So I really support this bill to regularize everything in terms of matters lands that have been allocated to people living in the slums. There are people who have lived in some slums for more than 30 years, 20 years, and we advocate for regularization of these lands, because you cannot relocate a person who has lived in a place for maybe 30 years or 40 years, like what we've seen people living in Marigoine settlement scheme in South B, now being urged by the National Housing Corporation or the Ministry of Housing, being urged to relocate from that place without prior planning, without definite plans on where they are going to go. But if this land had been licensed to them, believe you me, Mr. Speaker, sir, they would have developed very firm structures like you've seen in the estate of Pipeline in Embakasi South. They would have built a more developed settlement because of the titling. If they had been given the title, they would have developed these areas. But now they are being forced, to move from that place without certainty of where they are going. It's also a challenge for them, because a person who has lived in an area for more than 30, 40 years, going to relocate to another place is also a very big challenge. So this amendment comes at a timely period where we need to address the issue of land in absoluteness. So you can see we also need to address the issue of some of those institutions that have large chunks of land that they don't utilize. Case in point is Railways Corporation Limited, where you've seen they've been allocated so much land by the government, and some of the land they don't utilize in a very productive way. It lies idle. And given the challenge that you have as Nairobi County matters land, you see there's a huge chunk of land that the railways owns just behind the very congested Marikiti market, the very congested Mudhurwa market, and the very congested Mudhurwa residence area. This land lies idle where we have so much congestion in Marikiti market and Mudhurwa market. And through, let's not call them scrupulous means, but through means that be, obtain that land and force the traders off that area. We need to be realistic as a people and as a government, and we need to be progressive. In matters market, we need to have a policy that states clearly, after every 5 years, there has to be more of government land allocated to markets, because we live in a progressive society, the population grows, the traders that we have on our areas grows by day. So we really need to have a progressive policy that really puts aside land every 5 years for the population that grows to make markets, especially in Nairobi and especially in Starehe constituency. And for all these areas that were demarcated for markets in Nairobi, actually in Starehe, those areas should be developed, and actually those markets should be given licenses to individual markets management committees